Hello everyone, what's going on? What's the vid lineup tonight? I don't really know. There's a
Getting
few
fat. Get up and work.
vids that I didn't react to the night before.
People.
So,
The Democrats are starting to.
Hamza makes so many stupid fucking videos, dude.
What's good, everybody? I'm back with another video. It's the GOAT Aaron Brown. And on this video, I will be talking about doping in high school track. I recently did videos talking about doping in college and how it's done and the people that's doing it, and how they get away with it. I talked about doping on a professional level, how it's done, how they get away with it. And now I'm going to be talking about doping in high school. I think doping in high school is fairly new, but it's pretty much the same with college. It's easy to do because you don't get tested in high school. So it's easy to do, get really good, and get away with. And a lot of people don't suspect a lot of people of doping because they aren't running world-class times. Like, just because you dope don't mean you're going to be world-class. You got to have some type of talent to begin with. While you may improve, it's not going to take you from a turtle to a cheetah type shit. Just say in high school, there's a boy, he's running 11 flat, 11-1. And then all of a sudden he's running 10-3, 10-4. You can do that by doping. So people often see high schoolers running 9 seconds and be like, oh, he's definitely doping. But he was running 10 flat. Like, the progress shows that you can naturally progress to do these things. It's the big jumps people need to worry about. And then in high school, too, it's kind of difficult to tell because there's a lot of people going through puberty and their body's growing and things of that nature. So most of the times they don't be doping. Like, doping isn't really big in high school. But despite it not being really big, it still does happen. And I think it happens in the more affluent communities, like the white people type shit. I think in high school, mostly the people who dope the most, like the biggest demographic of people, will be like the distance runners, because more than likely they're the ones with the money. And people in track, like, that's why distance running is so big, because there's just so much money circulating through like the distance events, the all distance meets, the distant festivals. And yeah, like, those are the people with the money, and those are the people who are doping the most. Like, you see the most national records in high school falling in distance every single year. The sprint records be 40, 50 years old, but the distance records be 2, 3 days old, and they're getting broken day in, day out. Like, where the hell did all these good distance runners coming from? Just like the college people, there's many high schoolers who go to Colorado's in the summer and go to the Flagstaffs in the summer, and they be up there taking EPO. And that's just what it is. That's how it happens. Like, you see these high schoolers, they be going to run 13:20 in a 5K in high school, like, coming out of nowhere, like running 13:30, 13:40 in a 5K. 2 years ago, they was running 15 minutes and 16 minutes. And then a lot of times too, when it comes to doping in high school, like, you rarely see sprinters dope in high school because more than likely they can't afford to. But I'm not gonna lie, those white sprinters, some of them can afford to. And it's easy to not get caught in high school because you don't get tested, despite how fast you run. Like, there are sprinters last year, like, mind you, the fastest white man in history, Lemitre, ran 9:92 in 100. So if you running 10-1, 10-0 as a white person, you're one of the fastest white people of all time. So for high schoolers to be coming out of nowhere running 10-1s consistently in high school and breaking their state records and shit of that nature. They in super cold states, it's not sprint states, the weather don't be good, and they all of a sudden just coming out of nowhere dropping these times. Hey, I think we should turn the eye to that and just call it what it is. They're doping, bruh. Like if you show no consistency, like if you gradually progress, I say like a Christian Miller, like he was running 10-0 last year. He's running 9 now. Like that's like natural progress. But if your ass was running 10-6 last year, 10-8, and then now your ass like in high school, your ass is running 10-0, 10-1 consistently, we gotta look at that. And even then, there are some people who be doping, they be running like 10-2, 10-3, but they was running 11-2, 11-3. And then in high school, you also see many phenoms who are super good from the time they're like 7 years old, 8 years old. You see people like Jonathan Sims, Brandon Miller, Quincy Wilson. These guys, they're super young. They've been running fast their whole life. Tyrese Cooper, Makai Gammons, Shael Johnson, a thing Mo. And this really results as a lot of the time, these athletes aren't really better than or more talented than the other high school athletes they're racing against. They literally just work way harder. Like they put their body through a lot of work, and that's why they run so fast, so young. It's not that they're more talented, more gifted. They literally just work way harder. Like in Texas, there's a ninth grader, Cooper Lukenhouse. He won state in the 800. He ran 149. He's been consistently running 149. And I think they say he ran 154 last year in eighth grade. And then he went to Brooks PR to meet this year, like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and he ran 147. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that was like the state record for Texas. And he's in ninth grade. With him being that young, it's not a doping thing. Like I've seen a lot of people talking about test him, test him. Like it's not a doping thing. With him being that young, he has an older brother who runs as well, and that also plays a factor in it. Like just in basketball, football, when you have older siblings who do the same sport, the younger siblings usually turn out to be way better because they just grow up training and practicing with people who are way older than them and more developed than them. And that's like the case, I believe, for like Cooper Lukenhouse. He's just working way harder than anybody in his age range. And that's why he's just better than everybody. But yes, doping is a prevalent thing in high school, especially with the distance runners. I think that's been going on for a long time, just like the distance runners in college. That's been going on for a long time. I think it's fairly new to sprinters in high school. I think that may have happened like a few years ago, but I think over time, like in the past, there has been sprinters here and there that has indulged in performance enhancing drugs. I don't want to name any names or nothing, but y'all can drop some names in the comments and we can fellowship. What's good, everybody? It's the GOAT, Aaron Brown. And on this video, I will be talking about how to dope and get away with it as a professional track and field athlete. Now, I'm not here to condone or
Yeah, I'm gonna play Warhammer Space Marine 2 when it comes out for sure.
be against doping. I'm just simply here to tell you how it's done in professional track and field, how it's covered up by athletic federations.
a way to push themselves. Most people go to the legs are the CEO. Oh, right, you guys. Here is the CEO of Leg Day, and it's a woman. Her legs are so strong, when she steps on a Lego, the Lego block cries. She's the walking trend. Pronouns Mew/2, because she's built like the Pokemon. You don't get legs like this from riding a bicycle. You get them from riding the roid cycle. But she abused the roid so much, it was a roid train. Unwrap. Tom Platz, the legend of Leg Day, wants to know her location.
Baby reps!
But he needs to be careful when meeting her, because thick thighs end lives. Ending lives.
React to this.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
You to steal, thou shalt not steal, of course. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
I really could use that one. I got a lot of people bearing false witness.
This bill mandates the display of the Ten Commandments in every classroom in public, elementary, secondary, and post-education schools in the state of Louisiana. Because if you want to respect the rule of law, you got to start from the original lawgiver, which was Moses. All right.
Louisiana's education law is so bad that one of the witnesses to its passage literally fainted. And while we hope she's okay, the law itself is very bad, and we have more information on it.
Hold on, George, before you get that information,
Yes.
I mean, look, if we're putting up the 10 Commandments in the schools, and a young girl that attends one of those schools passes out, I mean, who struck her down? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this is bad news. Maybe you picked the wrong commandment. I don't know. You guys are the ones who say this is gonna help. So far, all it's done is hurt. Okay, that's 0-1 is their starting record. All right, we'll get to that story and how you can fight back too.
House Bill 71, approved by state lawmakers last month, mandates that a poster-sized display of the 10 Commandments with large, easily readable font be in every classroom at schools that receives state funding from kindergarten through the university level. Under the law, state funds won't be used to implement.
If it was me, I would not have fainted but died.
If only the person signing the bill would have died. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Implement the mandate, the posters would be paid for through donations. Before signing the bill, Landry called it one of his favorites. Legislation specifies the exact language that must be printed on the classroom displays, including, I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods before me, thou shalt not make to thyself any graven images, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Can we pause there for a second, Jordan?
Yeah, how in the fuck can something like this get passed when we have a secular constitution? It's pretty bizarre. Hopefully that gets defeated in court. Like Booba donated $2. Let me see. These boobas? Oh, it's okay.
You're a gay-ass nigger who loves masturbating to gay men and getting cucked. You also suck at hockey, would get your ass whooped if you ever stepped on the ice again. Pussy-ass nigger Burgess. Please watch.
Alright, let me take a look at this.
On an afternoon in May 2024.
Alright, I'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, faggot-ass pussy nigga. Okay, cats don't actually sound like that.
The dreams that you had you could do so you want him to do you so much you could do anything. Have you ever?
Yeah, that's a good Biden meme. Wow. It's Wukong. That's a good monkey. That also seems like a good monkey. Oh, that's a good monkey too. Wow. Those are monkeys. Thanks for that donation, like Booba.
I can just imagine it right now, kids drawing Jesus in hell on their trapper keepers and then get expelled from school.
Oh boy, would I raise a stink about that shit if I was still in high school. I had all the crazy Muslim and Christian kids threaten to kill me because I was making fun of the Prophet Muhammad and Jesus when I was going to school. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Can I be a monkey?
I mean, I don't see why you couldn't be trans species. Maybe if you got, like, a tail and you were really hairy and you climbed trees, maybe we could all, recognize you as a monkey. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Columbia County Sheriff's deputies were advised of a speeding motor.
Could you react to this?
Let me take a look.
All right, friends, we are back with another.
Blaha, diet slave, natural foods are rare today. It's just marketing term. Alright, I guess we're gonna watch a bit of that. Thanks for the donation, vegan guy.
Video. It's our good friend here. Man, it's Jason Blaha, Strength and Fitness, Baloney Fitness, and you know who, the gym lifting, recruiting lifting slave himself, who secluded himself in this garage or locked himself in there. But anyways, we're going to do a reaction video today to Blaha, Jason Blaha's video. Jason Blaha says natural foods are rare today and really is just a marketing term. Yeah, okay. Your natural diet, maybe natural foods. Yeah, maybe natural foods is fake. I don't know. But your natural diet, the number one diet that you eat, out of everything else that you can shove in your mouth, the number one thing that humans eat is meat.
Natural food.
They eat
What position did you play? I was right wing.
omnivore animals. That's what we eat. We don't eat carnivore animals. They're putrid. They make us sick.
Aren't really a thing anymore, and quite frankly, it's just a marketing term. I thought I would chat with you guys a little bit about this today and say why most of us who know about nutrition and know about food tend to use the word whole foods.
He's what I would call a victim of malnutrition and an artificial diet. His parents most likely ate a very high artificial diet, a slave diet, and he ended up with crooked teeth, with poor genetics, with a rounded head, and he just looks terrible. He's short, he's lumpy. This is what happens when.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Blaha's parents were, like, at least second cousins. But his teeth are fucked up because he just doesn't brush and shit.
When, undernourished, he's undernourished. He was probably undernourished growing up as well. I don't know what happened to him exactly, but he just looks totally diminished. But one of the signs are when the dentist looks at you is in your mouth, and they can see how your teeth are aligned, how they're lined up. A lot of the problems with these teeth, these children, because their parents ate a very artificial, fake diet, very toxic artificial diet, and it's causes DNA damage, and it's passed on generationally down the line. And I would say that Blaha is a victim of this artificial diet. Now, what your diet is meat. Now, you'd say koala bears, they eat eucalyptus trees, right? They eat that one tree. I don't know. There are some plants that probably some animals out there can eat other plants, but usually they specifically eat one plant. They may get away with other plants. I'm not sure. But if they do eat those other plants, guess what's going to happen? They're going to get sick. They're going to get sick eventually eating something else that's out of the realm of their diet. And most likely they probably...
As long as you, as long as you are getting adequate nutrition, I don't know why it would be assumed you'd get sick from eating something that's quote-unquote outside your natural diet.
Really VG, but I thought that Christians were sopsod to be loving and that Islam was sopsod to be the religion of Pishi.
Well, we all know that's bullshit, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Probably know that, but they do it anyways. And that's the reason they become a victim. They become a victim. And so humans have become a victim eating an artificial diet. They're still eating their natural diet, but they're eating an artificial diet outside the realm of their natural diet, which is causing them all these problems. It's kind of obvious. It's kind of obvious on the face of it, okay?
Whereas companies like to use the word natural foods because it's really just a marketing ploy. And when I say...
Yeah, I would agree. They use natural foods as a ploy. It's natural. What is natural? It came from the ground? Is that natural because it grew from the ground? Is it natural because it came from an animal? I don't know. But once it's been processed, how could it be natural if it's processed? See what I mean? What is natural? Natural means an animal. An animal's natural. You cut it up, here's the pieces, nothing is...
I don't know how an animal would, by definition, be natural when we've selectively bred these animals over thousands of years. So, natural's just a buzzword.
Has been done to it. Nothing has been done to that animal. You cut it up and you eat it. It's not been...
Yeah, nothing's been done to the animal except selective breeding over thousands of years, hormones, antibiotics, feeding them corn, soybeans, which they normally wouldn't eat.
Processed or anything like that. It's not a plant.
Yes, when I say whole foods, we're talking about foods that are minimally refined, and they're not necessarily what you would find out in nature, but at least what we...
He's talking about artificial food that has been refined. Artificial food, something you shouldn't be eating, but you are eating. You are eating it because you're eating it for taste and not health.
Produce on a farm or a ranch that has been processed a minimal amount, but we need to understand why that processing even matters, because in some cases, some processing actually improves nutritional value.
You know when ghrelin and leptin stops working? When you eat an artificial diet. Do you know when ghrelin and leptin starts working? When you eat a natural diet, meat. What happens when you start eating?
I don't know what the fuck he could possibly mean by that.
Meat. Well, what goes up? You're hungry. You get ghrelin, right? You're hungry, whatever, right? Okay. At some point, that meat starts to taste bad. After like the fourth plate or fifth plate of eating steaks, it's kind of really hard to down more meat. Why is that? And you don't really...
You know, it's funny he says this because the reason the Eskimo are called the Eskimo is because early Arctic explorers noted that they ate massive, ridiculous quantities of meat in one single sitting. So, again, the idea that, oh, you can only eat like one steak and then you're full, well, that's just bullshit. There are people who are very voracious eaters.
Particularly feel so full, and you don't have a bloated belly or anything. You're like, what's going on here? And it's like, I can eat more, but it's hard to eat more. Why? Because leptin is working perfect.
Can we react to this interview after?
Let me take a look.
John Hack is about to tell
I don't really care. They don't really say anything of interest in this interview. Somebody linked me this a few days ago, and it's just some fucking steroid dipshit who's a powerlifter talking about why he's signed with a supplement company. Like, what the fuck do I care?
Cage every year. Ended up paying the 2,300 to powerlifting.
Yeah, like, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Acid, for my Valentine.
Fine. Leptin is saying, you know what? This is it. We're full. The tank is full. We don't need to.
If you had to choose, would you rather be Blaha or Frank? I'd have to pick Frank. Blaha's just so
What state
pathetic.
would you move to in the US if you decided to leave Canada? We have a decent-sized Canadian population in South Florida, especially during the winter time.
I'd probably move to, like, Texas because I wouldn't have to pay state taxes. And I'm not a very social person anyway. Like, I don't go out that much, so, you know, problems like urban sprawl wouldn't bother me too much. And I also like the gun culture in Texas. I could conceal carry. So I'd probably move to Texas. Probably. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo.
Eat anymore. So it stops you from eating that. You stop. You would have to force feed yourself, which is going to be very painful to do. Force feed yourself, trying to put more meat down your stomach. You won't do it. But your body will take a lot more protein.
By the way, it's strange that he says this because meat intake is correlated with obesity.
Meat, especially after a workout. There's a window for protein synthesis.
Oh, yeah, that'd be another benefit of moving to Texas. I could run into Blaha and troll him.
So during that window of protein synthesis, you could down more meat than you would normally do if you were just to down it and you didn't do anything. See what I mean? Well, yeah, that is one thing that happens. But anyways, yeah, this whole natural stuff. Let's see what else he has to say.
In some cases, it reduces it. So even then, you can't use that as a catch-all. But the problem with this idea of natural foods, and people say that, well, this is natural. It's like, but it really isn't. Unless you are picking it out in the wild, and it is truly wild crop, not one that has escaped from agriculture. Okay, because people need to understand that difference. Just because.
Yeah, if you were to take it from nature out in the wild, which it doesn't exist. These foods at Walmart, they don't exist out in the wild. So, I don't know why they call it natural, but okay.
Unless you're talking about wild-caught fish.
He's actually starting to smart up. He's getting smart now, Blaha. Look at that.
Outside of a farm somewhere doesn't mean that it ever occurred in nature. It could still be a completely man.
Exactly. But you've been watching my videos. Yeah, it hasn't. It can't be found out in nature, Blaha. That's right. Yes, sir.
Man-made crop. Okay? Same thing if domesticated animals get out in the wild and you hunt them.
Hey, he's talking about domesticated animals. You know what I've been talking about recently in my videos? Domestication. The domestication of humans and the domestication of animals, bro. Yeah, he's a domesticated human. How did they domesticate him? By feeding him an artificial diet.
Not necessarily a wild animal. Although we could make the case for that, probably more so. So what do I...
He can't stop lifting because he's on drugs. You know what they're called? It's called carbohydrates. It's called sugar and carbohydrates. He's on a carbohydrate sugar drug diet. And so he can't stop lifting. That's why he keeps lifting, because he's drug induced. He can't stop because it's an addiction. You eat this drug and then you just keep lifting like crazy. You become a lifting slave. But when you stick to your natural diet and you stop eating this artificial diet, the fake diet, and you just eat meat, guess what happens? You don't want to lift weights anymore. You don't want
to... Meat makes you not want to lift weights. Okay, great.
You don't want to lift weights. You don't want to do anything. You can think clearly. You have a different type of energy. It's not a drug-induced energy high anymore. It's a different kind of energy. And you can think clearly. You feel much better. A whole bunch of things. You're not getting sick anymore either. There's just many things that are starting to happen. Yeah, you just don't realize it. He doesn't realize it. He's been on a drug-induced diet his entire life, eating tofu and pasta and, I don't know, beans and rice and whatever else there with, like, I don't know, what's it got in there? Like cyanide and a bunch of, like, arsenic and stuff, whatever.
Yeah, he's just parroting spherage. He became a full-fledged retard.
These foods.
What do you mean by that? Well, most of the foods we eat don't exist in nature. Okay, and our meat is not...
Most of the foods that we eat don't exist in nature. Yes, animals exist in nature. They exist on farms, but they exist.
How much backwards is our country going to go?
I don't know, man. Pretty far backwards if Trump gets elected. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In nature, they haven't really changed that much. They got domesticated, but they didn't really change that much. And they can change back if they go out back in nature. But it's still natural. Animals are still natural. I don't know what he's talking about.
Not in the form that it would be found out in the wild either. And I want to note that I'm not saying this is a bad thing. When I say this, people are saying, so you're saying everything grown is bad. No, I'm not saying that at all. Because I don't believe in the
everything grown is bad.
The naturalistic fallacy. or the appeal to nature fallacy, I'm sorry.
What's the 5 or top 3 most important things to consider when putting together a healthy diet plan? I have an unhealthy vegan diet, but I want to have a well-planned whole foods vegan diet, so what's your advice for me?
Minimizing saturated fat intake, minimizing processed sugar or processed carbohydrates, and increasing your vegetable intake as much as you reasonably can, and just making sure you get a variety of foods to hit your macro and micronutrient needs. So I'd say those are the probably most significant things to keep in mind. You can go to challenge22.com and I think they can help you set up a vegan diet plan even if you are like vegan right now. Maybe just don't mention that you're vegan and they can like help create a diet for you. And it's a free service. Thanks for the donation though, vegan tranny faggot nigga.
Looked at your OnlyFans. I talk dirty to men and women. Free review of dick pics or your physique. Are you bisexual, dear?
No, but you know, it's a business, so if dudes want to talk dirty to me, you know, I'll play along. Thanks for the donation, Death Diss.
True story.
Let me see.
American racism is predicated upon physical envy to an extent that white Europeans can never understand. White American men worship the bodies of black athletes. They spend so many hours a day watching black men play sports, watching black men with larger penises in porn, and every so often, these same white guys who claim that their society is being torn apart by black teenagers having sex and getting pregnant out of wedlock. These same white guys go on vacation in New Orleans and they are looking at black teenage girls with a whole lot of envy, knowing they can't compete with black men. And white Europeans, their racism instead is built on hatred.
That is true to an extent. So, there's actually quite a lot of literature of, made by white dudes talking about how they really admire the physiques and physical appearance of black men and women. They talk about how black men are very, like, tall, muscular. They talk about how black women are very curvy, voluptuous, have big titties, big ass. So that is true. There's also, you can look at some of the early Olympics. There's like this weird idea of... Hitler said some stupid things too. Hitler was talking about how, like, a black man can't win against, like, a white man in sports, and then when Germany hosted the Olympics in the 1930s, the guy who won gold at track was a black guy. I can't remember his fucking name now, but yeah, there's a long history of, like, white dudes kind of admiring black physiques, both men and women, and recognizing like physical superiority in sport, but then there's also this like other side of it where they're like, oh, black people are stupid, they're inferior to us, but you know, they're taller, stronger, have bigger penises, they're like women are hotter, so yeah. He's kind of right.
I admire your physique, VG.
Well, I appreciate that, non-wib. Thanks for the donation, by the way.
Which states that, you know, if it's natural,
You should
it's
sub to
better.
my
See, that's a
OnlyFans if you
fallacy,
admire
and
it.
it's also a fallacy used to sell products to you.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. But as long, look, if it's your diet, which is meat, then you'll never run into problems. But if you eat something artificial, these artificial diets, these fake diets outside the realm of your diet, which is meat, then you're looking for trouble. You'll look like Blaha. You'll have crooked teeth, a round head, a pumpkin head, and a blocky stomach, and suffer from sarcopenia, metabolic.
To be real, most women love the mandingos. Yeah, true. You want to see a super fucking hot porn video? Check out Sheena Shah, Mandingo, where she gets fucked in the ass by this like insanely gigantic black dick.
Diseases and
She's hot. She has a really nice butt.
skin diseases like him. You're going to get psoriasis all over your legs and a bunch of things, and ear problems that he has and whatever else. These are the problems you run into when you eat something that is not the food that you should be eating. There's that you could put, like I said, you could put anything in your mouth. Does that mean it's healthy for you? If you ever watch children when they're growing up, the first thing they do is they eat paper. They run into the toilet, into the bathroom, and they'll pull on tissue paper and put it in their mouth and run around with it. They'll rip up magazines and put pieces of paper.
Sheena Shah and Mike Adriano. Let me look up that one. Too bad I can't watch porn on stream. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if, like 50 years from now, we have different standards for, like, public nudity and shit, and you can just watch porn on YouTube. I don't know why they can't just allow you to watch, like, react to porn on YouTube, but just age restrict the stream. I guess it's because advertisers don't want to deal with pornography on the website, and there's other weird shit with like sex trafficking and stuff. But yeah, just like age restrict it and maybe turn advertising off completely for any pornographic content. Yeah, the Mike Adriano video is pretty okay. Yeah, Sheena Shah has a really nice round ass.
Paper in their mouth. Yeah, they'll put it in their mouth. They won't swallow it, but they'll just put it in their mouth. They're testing these things out to see what they are exactly. They're testing everything. They're curious, but they won't swallow it. You'll see them put all kinds of stuff. When they're a kid, they'll put all...
You like watching porn stoned? I'm not really, like, when I smoke weed, it kind of gives me a bit of a whiskey dick kind of thing. So I can get horny, but it's, like, so much harder to maintain an erection when I'm high. If I'm on mushrooms and I just come off a trip, sometimes I can get super horny.
But the buoyancy of the black person bones is less than a white person. Facts, trust.
That is true. That's actually why you don't see any black people at a high level in swimming, because they have really high bone density and they sink. Thanks for the donation, Lamar Thompson.
Kinds of stuff in their mouth, and then they'll run around and smile at you, and then you go, "Oh my God!" and you start pulling these pieces out of their mouth, whatever. Yeah, that's just a habit kids have. But they know what their they know what their diet is, meat.
Did you ever hear about that Israeli politician that wanted to nuke the Gaza Strip?
I've kind of heard about it. It's far-right minister nuking Gaza an option. Population should go to Ireland or deserts. Minister from the extremists, blah, blah, blah. Option in war in Gaza is to drop a nuclear bomb on the strip. Yeah, I don't know how serious this guy was when he said that. I'd actually have to... I don't know if there's any kind of video clip of this. So, I don't know if he said dropping a nuke in Gaza is an option, or, well, dropping a nuke in Gaza is an option. Like, I have no idea. The media really loves to quote mine any sort of Israeli politician. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, you know, a lot of right-wing whack jobs are very pro-war, and they don't really care about humanitarian issues. So, but yeah, okay. One person doesn't run the Israeli government, so it doesn't really concern me. Thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
When you give them meat, they want meat. But when you give them something artificial, they don't.
Can you explain how name the trait doesn't commit the continuum fallacy? Trying to wrap my head around it. What do you mean? Argument that two states or conditions cannot be considered distinct or do not exist at all because between them there exists a continuum of states. What? Fallacy of the beard, line drawing fallacy, or decision point fallacy is an informal fallacy related to the Sorite's paradox. Both fallacies cause one to erroneously reject a vague claim simply because it is not as precise as one would like it to be. Vagueness alone does not necessarily imply invalidity. The fallacy is the argument that two states or conditions cannot be considered distinct or do not exist at all because between them there exists a continuum of states. Strictly versus situations where there are many discrete states, classically between 1 and 1 million grains of sand, hence 1 million possible states, while the continuum fallacy refers to situations where there is or appears to be a continuum of states such as temperature. Whether any continua exist in the physical world is the classic question of atomism, and while both Newtonian physics model... I don't know how the fuck any of this has to do, how that relates to name the trait. Grey Knight donate $2, sup VG, just some random IG videos to react to. Let me see.
Hoping you take that jump, but don't feel the fall.
White. This is white. This is light brown. That's tanks. This is white. This is dark brown. Okay? This is a lighter brown. This is a lighter brown. Humanity is brown. We are all brown. There is
I don't think this guy's ever seen an albino before.
no white or black.
Yeah, you can definitely find some white people. If you have albinism, then you're fucking white.
Ways to make money, part 64. First, you're going to drive to Ace Hardware and buy every single chlorine tablet in the store. Once it turns nighttime, you're going to drive to your local reservoir and pour all of those chlorine tablets into the lake. After you do this, the local water plants will start to notice that something's up with the water, and they'll contact the news. Once the news shows up and writes a story about how the local water supply is tainted, people are going to be scared to drink water. Luckily for you, before this news story even aired, you bought pallets upon pallets of bottled water from your local grocery stores. And when mass hysteria breaks out and people try to run to their grocery stores to buy bottled water, they'll realize that there's...
Yeah, that's stupid and wouldn't work. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Jalen Johnny Tellers, you hear fans dehydrate humans. Fans do not dehydrate humans. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Saying that name the trait commits the continuum fallacy if you ask someone to name that trait where the being loses moral value. Explain how it's committing that fallacy.
Really want it. But then you force it upon them. You force them to eat it, which is, I would say, it amounts to abuse. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, it's not based on reality. It's not.
I would say that Blaha was an.
Why didn't you fight Lex Fitness? He challenged you to a cage match, but the one time you had a chance to fight one of these people you bitched out. I will admit he was a bitch for not swinging at the convention, but in the end you look pretty bad.
So he was the one who challenged me to a fight in the first place, and he said, if I see you in person, I'm gonna kick your ass. So I showed up. Big surprise, he did nothing. I made fun of him for being short, and he just cried. Then, like, a couple days later, he makes some video after he moves provinces. I was living in Ontario, in Toronto. He moved over to, I think he was in Montreal, Quebec. So he was like 1,500 kilometers away at that point. And I also didn't have a driver's license, didn't have a car or anything like that. And then he's challenging me to another fight where I have to take an overnight bus to go and meet him. And he's like, oh, you just have to take a fucking 9-hour bus ride overnight and then come fight me. It's like, I don't care, dude. You were the one who made the challenge. I showed up. You did nothing. Go fuck yourself. If he was still in Toronto when that all went down, then okay, sure, but yeah, okay, very convenient for him to be 1,500 kilometers away, and then, you scared, Vegan Gains? I'm 1,500 kilometers away from you now, you scared? Like, again, he was like, come show up, I'll fight you. I'm not gonna fight you now, I'm just gonna, you know, go like 9 hours away and then oh, come fight me, bro. Like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Thanks for the donation though, faggot.
An abused child when he was small. He was an abused child, and his mom also abused him as a fetus inside her womb by feeding him a slave diet. And this is the eventual product that popped out. It was Blaha popped out. He came out as a victim. He's been victimized.
Really how things work. All right. So the idea, though, that stuff.
And now he's disabled. He's disabled because of that, and and rightfully so.
There's a difference in moral value, I guess, is what they're saying. Just because you can't name a point where the being loses moral value doesn't mean there isn't a moral value. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say, dude. Like, whatever.
Oh, he should be on disability after what his parents did to him and the government feeding him a slave diet, transforming him into this ungodly person.
Is natural just because we haven't refined it much.
And he can't stop eating the drug-induced diet because it was introduced to him. And
there was a species that was selectively bred by humans. And they turned it into all these different foods. And so broccoli and cauliflower on that list, and I forget the others off the top of my head, but those are two of the big ones. I want to say it's something like Brussels sprouts or whatever.
Yeah, they did.
But there's like 6 of them. These foods are not found in nature at all. We selectively bred those over centuries to create these nutrient-dense superfoods, okay? All your fruits, most of your vegetables.
Wait. These nutrient-dense superfoods? They don't have any nutrients in them. What are you talking about? They either have toxins in them and water and fiber, or they have sugar, fiber, and some toxins in them.
Yes, broccoli, just loaded with deadly toxins. That's why people who eat more broccoli live longer.
So I would say they would amount to sugar, fiber, and toxins. And some just have toxins and water and fiber in them, like vegetables.
They're selectively bred to have higher nutritional content, like they taste.
They are anti-nutrient, and if they're anti-nutrient, they don't have any nutrients if they're anti-nutrient.
Better, they have more substance to them. So these are foods that don't exist in nature. Now when people say, well, what kept people then from getting nutrient deficiencies in nature? Nothing. That's why people died. That was the leading cause of.
Yeah, they get nutrient deficiencies. You want to know why? Because if you stop eating your natural diet meat, which we all eat, of course, we all eat all over the world. We eat meat. We've got to eat meat.
Eating nothing but meat is not going to prevent nutritional deficiencies.
Meat. Want to know why? If you stop eating meat, you'll die. That's why populations that stop eating meat, they die. They die. They're very decrepit. They're very decrepit death.
You can look at the average life expectancy of the Eskimo. To this day in Canada, they have about a 10-year shorter life expectancy than the rest of Canada. A lot of that can be contributed to alcoholism. But even, again, early explorers who looked at these populations, I think their average life expectancy was something like 42. So, yeah, they eat nothing but meat, but they die super fucking young. We also have Eskimo mummies. Some of them are children, and you can see they were all infected with parasites like trichinosis. They had bone deformities, and they also had severe atherosclerosis. So, yeah, really healthy people eating nothing but meat, infected with parasites, have bone deformities, and severe atherosclerosis. BG donated $2. Vosh argues with his chart if he heard R is equal to the soft A, skip to 045.
Prad wife N-word enjoyer that launched gets Benny flack, okay? If you say X person said the N-word, X white person said the N-word, you had better be referring to the hard R, okay? The soft A and the hard R are two completely different words. If you pretend they're the same, you're being dishonest.
So, Tommy Sotomayor talked about this. There's no difference between an A and a hard R. The reason why black people say nigga is because of it's like an accent. Black people just don't pronounce their R's. They'll say, rather than saying mother, they'll say mother. Instead of saying, like, sweeper, they'll say sweeper. That's just how they talk. That's why they say nigga. This whole thing of the A being different than a hard R, I'm pretty sure this came out of the late 80s, early 90s. When the government was trying to censor rap music. And one of the arguments made for why rap music should be censored was that they say nigga all the time, which is a racial slur, and any rap song that has like a racial slur in it needs to be either pulled off of shelves or given like a certain rating where you can't sell it to children, and it should also be regulated to certain shelves. Sort of like how if you go to a 7-Eleven, there's like a porn stack, and it's like behind the shelf where like, you know, kids can't see it type of thing. The argument that was made was that, oh, well, nigga's different, so any rap song that says nigga, it's not a pejorative term to refer to black people. It's like this endearing term. It's like that's where that came from, but there's no difference between nigga and nigger with the hard R. It's the same fucking word. It's just pronounced differently because a lot of black people, especially from the South, don't pronounce their R's. Now, in modern culture, we've decided, okay, there's like a difference between nigga and nigger, but I don't know. There's still this double standard. Like, people will say, oh, well, nigga doesn't mean, like, you know, a pejorative term to refer to black people. But then when white people say it, they freak out and say, you can't say that, that's our word. Like, again, it just shows you these are the same fucking words, and you're just being fucking gaslit into believing the stupid shit. So, like, pick one. Is nigga and nigger the same word, or is it a different fucking word? Like, if you're gonna say nigga and nigger are different words, then when a white person says nigga, then don't call them fucking racist. It's fucking stupid.
Genuinely, you're being dishonest. Like, you need to roll that way back, because then every single time I'm going to think like, oh man, she dropped the hard R, and then I see it's the soft A's because she's just like affecting some parlance she heard from hip hop. And then it's like, oh, okay, that's like completely different, you know? I'm not saying it's like not bad or whatever. I'm just saying it's obviously different. Announce his decision to let her go in a statement. Damn, dude. Okay, f it. You know what? I'm here for it. I'm gonna.
To be fair, this chick is a crazy racist white nationalist. People looked up her social media, and she was saying a whole bunch of racist shit. So, but you know, anyway, point still stands.
Bro. You've offered to go all the way to the United States to fight people. And Lex looked pretty scary with the training clips in the video challenging you. I would understand if you just didn't think you'd win. If it was Tyranno or Svaria you would.
No, I'm not gonna drive or take a fucking 9-hour bus ride overnight to fight Sfarage or Frank Defano for fucking free. If there's money in it and there's an opportunity to actually set up a fight and do something, then sure. But I'm not gonna, like, again, the whole point was he threatened me. So I showed up in person and I was like, okay, what are you gonna do? And then nothing happened. And I got the video clip that I wanted. That video blew up. I made, I think I made like $800 off that one video from the ad revenue. And then this fucking jackass, again, moved 1,500 kilometers away and was like, oh, fight me, fucking faggot. And it's like, no. Why? You were there. You had the opportunity. Like, if this guy was serious about fighting me, he would have either, one, fought me at the expo, or two, just said, oh, well, there's a martial arts gym down the street. Like, after this whole expo, you want to go spar? He never fucking offered that. So, again, I'm not going to fucking travel, like, 9 hours in a fucking bus overnight to try to fight this guy when he's bitched out before. It's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Will Mage donated $2, some of Islamophobic shit. Lol, let me see. Is it a boy or a girl? It's a bomb. Alright.
Hey, Stewie, what can I get you?
Oh, just a little of the good stuff for a new time machine return pad.
Coming right up.
So how's the whole terrorism thing going?
Well, the good news is my son died in a car bombing. The bad news is he borrowed my car.
Don't confuse yourself next time to save confusion. This is a PDF file. This is a pedophile. All right, got it. That is true, though. That's not Islamophobic. He literally is a pedophile. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Richard, you're definitely my favorite lol cow. You're one of the most negative and miserable people I've ever seen. Makes for some great clips. Do you act like such an asshole so people won't want to be around you and you can just be alone in peace?
I just do not give a fuck, and if people don't like me, then they don't like me, so I just act the way I want. Thanks for the donation, though, nigga. Emotional Care donated $2. How this nigga still teaches 2024. Thoughts so bizarre he didn't get arrested.
Like vacation, sex, and the arts, heroin is one of the tools that I use to maintain my work-life balance.
In his provocative new book, Drug Use for Grown-Ups, Dr. Carl Hart makes the case that the danger...
This guy is an absolute fucking nut job. Absolutely fucking insane. He thinks because there is a large proportion of people who can take drugs like heroin and not get addicted, he thinks that addiction itself is like based on like weird social or social economic circumstances. There's just a certain proportion of people who have a genetic propensity towards addiction. So I think something like 20 to 30% of heroin users, once they use it, they'll get addicted. But the other like 70 or 80% of people who use heroin they're likely not going to get addicted unless there's, like, again, some other sort of social circumstances involved where they have, like, a friend who also uses heroin, or they're using heroin as some sort of coping mechanism for abuse or trauma, something like that. But yeah, he's insane. This idea that you can recommend to most people that, oh, heroin isn't addictive, this is just, you know, some bullshit lie that the media spread. I take heroin and I just do it occasionally and I'm not addicted. He's out of his fucking mind.
Dangers of drugs have been greatly exaggerated, and says the war on drugs is not a war on drugs, it's a war on us. The book has been a lightning rod of controversy on social media, people calling it reckless and dangerous, and headlines like this one from the Wall Street Journal saying it doesn't offer a detailed blueprint for keeping drugs away from the people whose lives can be ruined. But Dr. Hart, a Columbia professor, makes the argument with nearly 3 decades of experience as one of the world's leading researchers on the effects of drug use. Growing up in Miami during the crack epidemic, Dr. Hart was convinced it was drugs that were destroying his neighborhood, only later concluding that the laws policing them were the real problem. Now, the husband and father of 3 is
Well, the problem with the crack epidemic was the fucking CIA was deliberately distributing crack to these black communities. That's how it got into these communities in the first place. And they were using the drug sales to fund the Contras in South America.
shattering deep-rooted views by going public with his own use of drugs like heroin, which he says make him a better person.
So, yeah, when he does have a point here that policing of these drugs led to a bigger problem with a crack epidemic. What happens is when you police drug use and you try to crack down on drug dealers, you're increasing the market share for smaller gangs. So let's say there's 5 gangs that are selling crack cocaine in a given neighborhood. If you bust one of these gangs and you completely dismantle one of these drug dealing operations, that means these 4 other gangs get a bigger market share because one of those gangs, gets taken out. So now they have more money, they have more influence in their neighborhood, and they also they're going to have access to things like more guns. More people are going to want to join the gang because of the money-making opportunities. These gangs end up becoming more powerful, and because you have a violent police force that's cracking down on these gangs then have to become more extreme and more violent in order to maintain their operation. So the more aggressive the policing is for enforcing these drug laws, the more violence you're going to see from these gang members, and that's going to, again, create a bigger problem for these communities. So he has a point there that the policing of these drugs leads to more gang violence because of this effect that cracking down on these gangs forces them to become more violent, and it also increases their market share. But, again, the idea that you can introduce a drug like crack cocaine into a community and not get any problems, and, this whole, drug addiction thing is overblown, that's just fucking stupid. That's where he goes completely off the rails. Yeah, whatever. Grimes reveals pregnancy cravings have forced her to ditch her strict 20-year vegan diet, and she is forcing herself to eat disgusting vegetables. Craving cow's milk and butter. Ditched her strict plant-based diet, given into her cravings to provide her baby the best nutrition possible. Milk and butter are not particularly nutritious, and fuck this bitch. Dude. Why in the fuck can't you just drink soy milk or eat vegan butter? These celebrities are just cancer. Just fuck every celebrity. They're selfish fucking attention whores. Oh, go donate. Oh, wait, never mind.
Nigga gaze upon these catos, you son of a bitch.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
That's a nice cat. That is a very nice kitty. That's a nice cat. Thanks for the donation, oh goat. Who donated $2? How do you respond to this? Look at the top comment. The black guy agrees.
So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll.
This guy is a delusional racist whack job, by the way.
That's a hate group.
This is the guy who made the Dilbert cartoon.
That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this.
The world is shocked and angry if a white guy says how he feels. Yeah, because he's racist. Okay.
4 college wrestlers survive a brutal bear attack, and they're telling their story only to Good Morning America. As Mona Leahy reports, one of the wrestlers created a distraction to save his teammate's life.
Dude, these guys are fucking pussies. 4 wrestlers couldn't take on 1 bear? What are you, a bitch?
Just for us to walk out of there alive, all 4 of us, it's a miracle. It really is. With the
No, you're just 150 pounds, dude. How about you fucking lift weights and you'll be able to take on a bear?
situation we were in with.
This morning, 4 college wrestlers grateful to be alive and for each other after perhaps their toughest match, going toe-to-toe with a grizzly bear.
I just knew I had to protect my head and just kind of fight for life, it's life or death.
Northwest College students Braden Lowry, Kendall Cummings, August Harrison, and Orrin Jackson were searching for fallen antlers in Wyoming's Shoshone National Forest on Saturday when all of a sudden Lowry and Cummings came face to face with the bear. The bear pounced, tackling Lowry first.
The bear came running out of the trees. I didn't even see it until it was right in front of me, but I heard the crashing, and the only thing I could yell was, "Bear, bear!" And I yelled, "Bear," and the bear tackled me first.
Seeing his teammate being mauled, Cummings took the fight to the bear, yelling, punching, and grabbing it until the bear turned on him.
It knocked me onto the ground and then with its head pushed me on the ground all the way.
Yeah, see, this guy can't even throw a punch. Like, if you actually, know how to fight, you can just punch a grizzly bear in the nose and it'll fuck off. This guy just has, like, weak little bitch arms.
Up against the trees and then kind of pinned me up there, and it was...
You want to bet he punched the bear like this? No, get away, bear. You want to bet he did that?
Attacking me for a second. I was putting my hands in its mouth and stuff so it wouldn't be chewing on my neck and everything.
He put his hands inside the bear's mouth. Yeah, okay.
The bear finally walking away, but the horror...
Yeah, the bear was probably like, oh, these guys are like pathetic little weaklings. My bad. I thought you might have like actually been a threat.
Not over. Just when they thought they were in the clear, the bear returned.
I called out to Brady. I was like, "Brady, you all right? Where you at, Brady?" And then I didn't hear nothing from Brady, but I heard the bear kind of grunting behind me, and I heard it walking. And then I saw it again, and it came and it attacked me again.
Eventually, Lowry and Cummings able to escape.
Yeah, dude, the bear probably wasn't even attacking them. Is probably just wanted to play or something, and then they're like such weenies. They're like, a bear.
911 and reuniting with their teammates.
I spoke with the lady on the phone, the dispatch.
They don't even look like they're that badly beat up either.
I'm LGBT, but I want Trump because LGBT need to suffer more to get stronger and respectable. Look at us. We're pathetic and rely on strong cishet people to defend us and our rights. LGBT people need to be brutalized so they realize their full potential.
I don't know about that. But, thanks for the donation, Vegan Tranny.
Maybe 4 grown-ass men who lift could easily take on a grizzly bear. But you tripping if you think those twerps could take on a grizzly bear without weapons. Ludicrous. They average like 600 pounds, bruh.
Yeah, they're, little fucking twinks. So, yeah, no shit, they're gonna get their asses kicked. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they die, man. Vegans, if they stop eating meat, they die. But people who eat meat, they don't die. But people that stop eating meat, they die.
Yeah, that's why vegans live longer than meat eaters.
So vegans die when they stop eating meat eventually, yes. They deteriorate and they die. Here's what happens. You're not really aging. You're deteriorating. You're deteriorating faster than...
Yes, look how much I have deteriorated after being vegan for 14 years. Just falling apart.
And you're aging, because you're not really aging.
Death for hundreds of thousands of years among our species. Okay, malnutrition, that and infections, that's the stuff that killed us. Now, today, because we don't...
Malnutrition, yeah. Overfed and undernourished, that's what that's what's killing you now too. Infections, you might get infections because you're sick, because you're not eating your main diet, which is meat. Meat is your diet, dude.
Have these problems, it's heart disease, diabetes, cancer. That's our 3 killers. Heart disease being the top of the list. Okay? Do we understand that? So nothing stopped us. We died. People starved.
Yeah, we are still dying. When you eat anything artificial outside the realm of your diet, which is meat, then you die. You get all these diseases. You get all these problems, yes.
They had major...
Yeah, that's why, again... populations like the Eskimo have such a short life expectancy.
Nutritional deficiencies that killed them every time there was a problem, like a famine or ice age, anything like that.
No. There's no deficiency in meat, though, Blaha. There's no deficiency. There's absolutely zero deficiency in meat. All nutrients can be found in meat and more, they say. Science is still discovering.
8 people died. So why... we have successfully created society.
Why do people still read books to get...
So why we have successfully created societies, because we've developed superfoods and grown them through selective breeding to give us better nutrition profile, thus we've been able to increase our population.
No, that's not why we did it. We grow them so we can market them and make money. That's what we do.
Okay, I think I've seen enough of this.
Motorcycle in Marcelon, Wisconsin. As the radio transmission concluded, a deputy who was positioned along a highway spotted the 22-year-old rider of the red motorcycle flying past at 90 miles per hour. As the deputy tried to catch up, he saw the motorcycle.
Hi VG. I hope that you are great tonight. So, to that dumbass trans who said that we should be oppressed to be stronger clearly didn't read in history.
New research reveals how the Nazis targeted transgender people. Last year, a German court acknowledged the possibility that trans people were persecuted by the Nazis. Well, they were. Again, the first books that were burned by the Nazis were books on transgenderism and LGBTQ. And they also executed gay, trans people, too. So, yep. I'm seeing a growing community among the LGBTQ who are buying firearms and arming themselves because they realize that Republicans are basically trying to genocide gay and trans people. So a lot more of them are wising up and they're buying firearms.
Cycle overtaking vehicles on the shoulder and occasionally in the opposite lane of traffic.
3325, there's a red motorcycle passing on the shoulder westbound, approximately 90 miles per hour, 33 Country Club. Still trying to catch up. Speeds right up.
10-4, 3325.
Probably a half mile ahead of me. Speeds at 92, 33 here.
Play Last of Us 2. I don't have the PS5, but when it comes out on PC, I'll play it.
The pursuit was then called off due to safety concerns.
3325, I've lost visual in the city at this point.
I like gun and own a 1911.
1911s fucking suck. Yeah, practically any other modern firearm is better than a 1911. SIGs, CZs, Glocks, Berettas, they are all superior to a 1911. I don't know why people like 1911s. They're just not good. They have a really stupid safety system. They have, they're very unsafe. They have a floating firing pin. They have a tendency to slam fire. I've seen people reload 1911s at the range, and then when they release the slide, they just go off. They're really stupid fucking guns, and they're pretty unreliable by modern standards. They're extremely prone to jamming if any kind of like grit or sand gets into them.
10-4, 3325.
I'll be 1040 continuing. I can't clear enough traffic to catch up.
10-4, 3325, what type of motorcycle?
It was a crotch rocket. He had a helmet on. I don't recall the color, and I believe a leather jacket. Not sure on color.
3301, it just passed me at 3301 traffic.
Shortly after, another deputy reported that the motorcycle had passed by the law enforcement center, with several city...
It's an old one.
Yeah, like, what year was it made? Like, is it a USGI 1911, basically? Thanks for the donation, though, non-web.
The officers also confirming they had seen it.
Yeah, dude, just get a Glock. Get a Glock 17 if you don't need something that's concealable, and get, what is it, the 19 or 21 or 22? Wait. Is the Glock 19 like the smaller? Yeah, just get a Glock 19 if you want something concealable. Thanks for the donation, though, non-web. Kid Boo, donate $2, facts or cap? Let me see.
Yam example exhibit A, Miss Freya, okay? And she built these motherfucking yams. Hold on, sis, let me talk to you, because I know y'all want to build you some ass, but you keep sitting on the one that you currently got. She built her motherfucking ass by doing Bulgarian split squats, hip thrusts, and a bunch of different lunge variations. She said that she do them about 2-3 times a motherfucking week, okay? She don't just sit.
This looks like it's more a result of cosmetic surgery. I can believe somebody could very dramatically change the shape of their ass by weight training, but yeah, her ass is like still very like fat and thick. So for like, I'm leaning towards cosmetic surgery. It's possible, but yeah.
On the ass that she wanted to build, okay? It took about 3 years. So what I need you to do, sis, if you want to be walking around with these all-natural USDA organic yams, okay? This was built at home. This shit wasn't bought. I need you to get on your motherfucking leg and glute exercises so you can be walking around the pool looking fine.
Yeah, it's possible.
And slim and trim like
she is black, so black girls kind of just got big, thick butts. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
My kit was given to me. I like how it feels and guns are too expensive. My money goes to VG to beat up my enemies.
Alright, well, as long as it works, you should really carry a gun with you if you go out in public, though. If you're in a state where you can conceal carry. You're stupid not to. Especially if you're trans. If you're a vulnerable type of person who might get picked on by bigots or something, carry a gun. 1911s are not good carry pistols. So, yeah, again, get a Glock. You should be able to find a used Glock for pretty cheap. I've seen some for like $200, so just get like a used Glock. Carry it around with you. Like, a gun isn't of any use if you don't have it on you. So, yeah, I would still recommend getting a gun for conceal carry if you can. Thanks for that donation, though, Non-Wib. Emotional Care donate $2. Do you consider non-vegans on the same level as drug users and dealers like heroin, cocaine, etc., or worse? No. I don't know how you can compare non-vegans to drug users or dealers. They're Nazis. Isaac Butterfield destroyed you, and most vegans, after comparing his logic, he's still teaching at Ivy. Butterfield did not destroy me in the debate, and he literally admitted he has no argument in support of eating meat. And yeah, I know this guy still has... Is he tenured? I know he's still a professor, but yeah, this guy's a whack job. Thanks for the donation, Emotional Care.
Trump is completely retarded. He told some tech brothers on their stupid podcast he's gonna give automatic green cards to foreign students who graduate college. A bunch of magatards are confused and angry.
Let me see.
To recruit the best and brightest from the world. Every time we get somebody super intelligent from India or Europe, any country, that's
3 of us
one
are
less,
immigrants, sir.
Yeah, and 3 of the 4 here are immigrants, the ones without the ties. And we can get these great people into our country, and that's a loss for our adversaries and our competitors, and it's a gain for us. But I've never heard you talk about this. Can you please promise us you will give us more ability to import the best and brightest around the world to America?
I do promise, but I happen to agree. That's why I promise. Otherwise, I wouldn't promise. Let me just tell you that it's so sad when we lose people from Harvard.
By the way, there's already programs that do this, so him saying this is kind of meaningless.
MIT, from the greatest schools, and lesser schools that are phenomenal schools also. And what I wanted to do, and I would have done this, but then we had to solve the COVID problem because that came in and, sort of dominated for a little while, as you perhaps know. But what I want to do and what I will do is you graduate from a college, I think you should get automatically as part of your diploma a green card to be able to stay in this country. And that includes junior colleges too. Anybody graduates from a college, you go in there for 2 years or 4 years. If you graduate or you get a doctorate degree from a college, you should be able to stay in this country. And you know more stories than I do, but I know of stories where people graduated from a top college or from a college, and they desperately wanted to stay here. They had a plan for a company, a concept, and they can't. They go back to India, they go back to China, they do the same basic company in those places, and they become multi-billionaires employing thousands and thousands of people, and it could have been done here. And a bigger example is
the people in the comments are insanely stupid. You think letting foreigners buy their way into the U.S. by getting a rubber-stamped 20K comms degree from a 2-year community college is going to improve the social fabric of the country? Like, These people just have a problem with darkies. They hate darkies, and if you let darkies in, society is going to collapse. Thanks for the donation, retard. Poo donate tellers, carrying a gun is retarded. You're gonna get spooked or afraid of getting beaten up, and then afraid to legally shoot someone, you're retarded. No. So, would that apply with any weapon, by the way? Like, if you have a pen in your pocket that you can weaponize, have you ever heard of somebody getting spooked, taking out their pen and stabbing somebody's eye out because they got afraid for no reason? You're an idiot.
Now to our top story, a murder on Fraternity Row. LA police say a homeless man was fatally stabbed by a 19-year-old less than 2 blocks from the USC campus.
That teenager now behind bars. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes is live at University Park with more on the investigation.
Yeah, if the homeless dude had a gun, that probably wouldn't have happened to him.
And what we're learning about the suspect and his connection to USC. Rob?
Yeah, that teenager is a USC student. He's described as being nice and polite, but he is accused of stabbing a homeless man to death here on Greek Row. The big question now, was it justified?
A car break-in, a violent confrontation, and now a USC student is under arrest for murder.
Just so sad. It is sad.
This woman, who did not want to be identified, works at the Delta Tau Delta fraternity house near the USC campus. She says the
Apparently there's an update. No charges for USC student after fatal stabbing.
We begin with breaking news now here at 11:30. We are learning that 19-year-old USC student will not face charges in the fatal stabbing of a homeless man on Greek Row.
Ivan Gallegos says that he acted in self-defense. KT Life 5's Kimberly Chang live at the courthouse in downtown LA with the breaking details. Kimberly.
Hi, we're standing outside of the courthouse. We were waiting for a court hearing that was set to start later this afternoon, but now we are receiving a statement from the district attorney's office. Take a look. This is from District Attorney George Gascon saying, quote, after careful consideration and a thorough review of all available evidence, we have decided not to pursue charges against USC student Ivan Gallegos. We believe that Mr. Gallegos' actions were driven by a genuine fear for his life and the lives of others. Our heart goes out to the deceased family, friends, and everyone impacted by this tragic incident. Now, as I mentioned, an arraignment was scheduled for 1:30 this afternoon here in downtown LA. 19-year-old USC business student Ivan Gallegos was accused of stabbing a homeless man. But now we know that those charges have been dropped. Dozens of supporters gathered in front of the courtroom to show support for Gallegos, including his mother. Gallegos was arrested, accused of stabbing a man to death during an altercation on USC's Greek Row Monday evening. Police say Gallegos and his 2 friends confronted a homeless man identified as 27-year-old Xavier Surf, who they witnessed breaking into cars. At some point, Gallegos pulled out a knife and stabbed him multiple times, according to police. Now, Gallegos was arrested and booked on suspicion.
Okay, so you said weapons will make people kill people for no reason, and then you give me a news story of somebody justifiably using a weapon in self-defense. You're brilliant. Kid Boo, don't need to tell her she looks natty to me. Let me see. Yeah, she could be. That is a pretty extreme transformation when you see her butt from before. But yeah, again, she's black, right? So if she adds some muscle to her butt, she's still gonna have like a big fat black ass, and it's gonna look better. So yeah, it could be. Pretty huge difference, though. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
How do you help your lungs recover from COVID?
If you have lung damage from COVID, talk to a doctor. I don't know if there's anything specific that you can do to help recover from lung damage. I'd imagine some medications might help if there's like some sort of inflammatory condition inside your lungs, but I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Cyclic. Or Cycle Chick. Unfaithful donate $2. Vegan diets are so good, then why does only one scientific research health nutritionist advocate for vegan diet out of top 10? Well, the American Dietetics Association is the largest nutrition organization, and I don't think out of the 10 organizations you're mentioning, I don't think all 10 say vegan diets are bad for you. Can you show me can you name one of these organizations and show me a position paper they've made saying vegan diets are bad and you shouldn't do them? Problem why veganism will never grow is because they're stereotyped as weird and mentally ill and act like Nazis. Meat is illegal. That's great. Choke on your next meal. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Continuing high rate of speed, East Cook. I will not pursue. Advise the return, please.
Additionally, the Columbia County Sheriff stated that the motorcycle had collided with his unmarked squad car, causing damage.
1050 to my squad here parked downtown. It is turning westbound on 16. 331 William Charles returns on a red Suzuki.
3325, that'll be the same description of a red Suzuki.
3300 addition. I was parked downtown with no lights on. He came by me. He did run into my squad with damage.
As he attempted to relocate the bike, he soon observed it in a neighborhood. The rider continued to flee erratically at a high rate.
Set a motorcycle similar to that description. West Cook heading back inbound into the city. I believe it's the same rider. I'm trying to catch up. Correction, eastbound from Pierce, so he's actually West Cook and Caston. Copy, eastbound back into the city, Cook and Caston.
3325, I'm behind him. It's something to stop on my foot.
10-4, 3325.
Come up to the city for 32-year-old. He went through the red light, south on Wisconsin.
10-4, through the red light, south on Wisconsin.
Due to the deputy's concerns about the high speeds and heavy traffic, he decided to discontinue the pursuit.
3325, 1080, I'm gonna discontinue. Last southbound, Wisconsin and Buckhead. He's a well ways ahead of me.
3325, copy 1080, discontinuing.
Since they found the man's name through his license plates, they attempted to visit the address linked to the registered bike. However, they discovered he had recently moved, prompting the need for further investigation. The sheriff's office made a Facebook post about the individual, giving him the opportunity to reach out and provide an explanation for his behavior. During that, it was learned another deputy had coincidentally encountered the man earlier that same day during a traffic stop, where he mentioned purchasing a new home nearby. Using realtor websites, a deputy located 3 recently sold homes in the area. The following day, the deputy visited one of the 3 addresses and spoke with a neighbor. The neighbor informed them that a young man had moved in within the past few days and that he owned a black and red sport bike. The deputy asked the neighbor to call back upon seeing the man return to his residence. Later, the neighbor did call back, reporting that the man had just returned home and had seen the motorcycle. In response, other deputies were notified and decided to pay a visit to his residence. As they arrived, deputies noticed the motorcycle parked and covered in the garage.
I only care about doing drugs and smoking crack.
Well, doing drugs and smoking crack is quite a bit of fun. Does come with some downsides, like becoming a crack addict, sucking dick for money, having your teeth fall out. But if you're not concerned with any of that, have fun.
Toddler daughter keeps asking me what would happen if I didn't take care of her, and I keep not answering the question and telling her but I will take care of you. And I think she's convinced I'm just too stupid to understand counterfactuals.
Well, maybe you could just stop being a dickhead and answer your kids' questions. Thanks for the donation though, retard. What game are you most excited for? Black Ops 6, GTA 6, or Snake Eater remake? Probably Black Ops 6. Like, I've already played Snake Eater, so, like, it being remade is still really cool. I'm excited for it, but, yeah, I like Call of Duty, and it looks like they're making a lot of enhancements to the game, so I'm excited for that. It looks like it might actually be a good Call of Duty this time, and it looks like they're working hard on the campaign. I don't have high hopes for GTA 6 because GTA 5 sucked. They're making their open world games for filthy casuals. So GTA 5 was a big letdown compared to GTA 4. GTA 4 was more of a like non-casual game where it was pretty difficult, and you could also mod the game to be really challenging, where there's like one-shot kills and everything. GTA 5 was just super ridiculously fucking easy, and on top of that, they made so many dumbass fucking follow missions where you do absolutely nothing. Like, there was one mission with Trevor where you had to dress up like a construction worker, go to a construction website, climb up on some fucking tower, take a few photos, climb down, then drive somewhere else, and then, like, see a cutscene, and then drive somewhere else, and then the mission ends. There were so many stupid, boring missions like that. And then Red Dead Redemption 2 came out. That was another game made for stupid, filthy casuals. Ridiculously boring, super long, dumb cutscenes, so many dumb missions where you just go to a bar, get drunk, see this dumb long cutscene, walk around, do nothing, just mission after mission after mission like that. And then when you even do get into shootouts, like, again, they made the game super ridiculously fucking easy where it was impossible to fail a mission. So, I don't have high hopes for GTA 6. Like, you know, the graphics look good. I'm sure they're, you know, trying to make, like, a big open world and everything, and the technology is impressive, but I don't have high hopes for the actual game being good. So, I'll still play it, I'll still stream it, but I'm not expecting the game to actually be any good because, again, Rockstar is just making stupid games for dumb casuals. But I am looking forward to Space Marine 2 and the new Gears of War coming out. Those games actually look good. Thanks for the membership, Tyler. Appreciate it. VG donate $2. You can't box or fight. You have never proved anything. You are all talk. I would have destroyed you so easy in a fight. You have been saying Corona, broken elbow for years now, and you are still lifting with that broken elbow. Show us how to shadow box. Okay. There's my shadow boxing. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Oh yeah, Doom. The Dark Age looks really good too.
After several minutes of knocking with no response, the sergeant...
Yeah, let's actually watch those trailers. I'm also really looking forward to the new soundtrack. I fucking love Doom soundtracks. Yeah, I heard Capcom's remaking RE0 and Code Veronica. I'm more skeptical about the RE0 remake, but I could believe they're remaking Code Veronica. No, I don't think Mick Gordon's back. Unless they gave him, like, some really fat stacks to make him come back to work. He got, like, fucked over by Bethesda, so I don't think he's working for them again. Yeah, that's gonna be dope. SARS-CoV $20, Sean Nalwally.
Coach Greg, today's video I'm responding to Sean Nalajwick, who says cardio, well, it's a waste of time. It quite literally says it in the thumbnail. And so the title is Why Cardio is Overrated for Fat Loss.
You feeling well rested? You should check out Vegan Power Lab. New Frank vids to watch.
I am well rested. I got, I had trouble sleeping because our AC has problems. For whatever reason, the breaker for the AC keeps flipping, and there's a heat wave, so I was having some trouble sleeping because of how hot it was, but I did make sure I got enough sleep. No new Frank vids, and Vegan Power Lab.
But we are from Switzerland. And
all right. We can watch some Vegan Power Lab. Thanks for the donation, James. I've already seen this video and reacted to it. Greg is a bit of a fucking moron. The biggest modifiable factor for weight loss is caloric intake. Next would be non-exercise energy expenditure. And third would be purposeful exercise. So you can increase the amount of purposeful exercise you do, but if you do a lot of exercise, what's going to end up happening is your non-exercise energy expenditure is going to go down to compensate, and it might also increase appetite, making dietary adherence a bit harder. So this idea that you can just spend like 2-3 hours a day doing cardio and just shed pounds, it doesn't really work out like that in the real world. If you're very dedicated and you don't have issues with appetite as a result of, high amounts of exercise, then yeah, it can work. But as a general recommendation, you should just modify your diet. That's the most modifiable factor, and try to increase non-exercise energy expenditure. But I've already reacted this video. Greg's an idiot. The Gears of War E-Day looks fucking dope. You know what? I'm gonna get that procedure that Brian Johnson got to implant that muscle gene because he said he grew 7% more muscle since implanting that gene, and there's some evidence showing that it also increases life expectancy. So, yeah, when I get the money to do it, I'm definitely fucking doing that. I'm getting that gene editing so that I can just grow, like, way more muscle without having to take steroids and shit. Yeah, dude, gene editing is gonna be the fucking thing. Like, I can only imagine a few decades from now, they're gonna be able to edit your genes to grow, like, double muscle and shit. It's gonna be so dope.
Hello Richard, I'm back. I'm going to need you to suck on my little pink cat daddy dick until I splooge my cat daddy jism in your beautiful little mouth. I love you. Every in the chat can watch. But they gotta pay. Pause.
I don't know if I'm gonna do that for you, but thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. It's only $20,000. So it's relatively inexpensive, considering how much benefit you can get from it. So you just take one, I think it's 2 shots in the abdomen and 1 shot in the glute, and that's it. You have the gene for life. So yeah, 20 grand. It increases muscle mass substantially. Brian Johnson personally saw a 7% increase. If you have good genetics and you're more serious about weight training, like, again, conceivably you could easily grow more muscle than that. And it might also extend life expectancy, and you don't have to worry about, like, side effects of steroids, paying for steroids over many, many years, and, like, making sure you get, like, access to them and stuff. So yeah, that seems pretty fucking badass. I'm definitely doing that. Animal Liberation donated $2. Can you give examples of how to increase non-exercise energy expenditure, please? Non-exercise energy expenditure is just moving around. So walking your dogs, playing with your kids, or standing up for, more time during the day, not just sitting down. Just anything where you're standing up and moving. So you can do more housework, cleaning, so just doing whatever you can to avoid just sitting down is going to increase non-exercise energy expenditure. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. Alan Wiltsius donated $2. That's awesome. You should try his supplement range. I've noticed benefits, but always good. Could be placebo. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to bother taking his supplements, but the gene editing thing seems like it's fucking legit. So yeah, I'm definitely going to fucking do that. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
There's the slaughter isn't.
It is. It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere.
Yes, but not in a bad way.
No, what would you call a person that does not participate in any of it, in any animal exploitation?
Bad person.
No, a person who doesn't.
Oh, who doesn't?
Yeah.
A good person.
A good person.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's called a vegan. Yeah.
Vegan.
So I'll ask you a set of questions, get you to think. What do you think about animals?
Animals. They're like, when they're small, they're very cute. And yeah, I like them.
You like them?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think about animal abuse?
What?
Animal abuse.
I don't know what abuse means.
Abuse means unnecessary, harm, inflicted harm, either physical or emotional.
It's not a good thing.
Not a good thing,
No,
yeah.
no.
Would you say you're against that?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think? Okay, do you think you can be against it while simultaneously supporting it?
Yes. Also, because I meet like I support it, but I'm also against it. It's like.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I see you made the connection. That's the reason why I ask these two questions. I usually ask afterwards, how do you feel about the animals that we force into slaughterhouses for us? How do you feel about them?
Sad.
Sad?
Yes.
So what is keeping you, if you find it sad and you would say you're against it, why not do that? Why not stop?
Just because I like meat.
You mean like the taste?
Yes.
Yeah, but do you think that taste is like a pleasure, right? It's a sensory pleasure.
Yes.
Do you think that we can do whatever we want to animals as long as it gives us pleasure?
No.
No, okay. So then killing them for pleasure makes it okay somehow?
No.
Okay, so then, because if that's your only reason, it seems like you're also not finding it as an okay reason, right?
Yes.
So then I ask you again, what is keeping you from it? Just taste?
Yes. Yeah. But like I try to eat it not as often. But I'm still not at the point where I don't eat any meat.
Yeah. Well, even if you even if you eat it once a month, let's say, one animal still goes into a slaughterhouse for you, right?
Yes,
and it's not needed. It's optional because we can survive and thrive without doing this.
Yes.
Whenever anybody tells me, oh, well, I only eat meat like once a month, I know they're fucking bullshitting.
So I wanna try to understand a little bit of do you know what would you call a person that does not participate in any of it, in any animal exploitation?
Bad person.
No, a person who doesn't.
Oh, who doesn't?
Yeah.
A good person.
A good person.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's called a vegan. Yeah.
Vegan.
Yeah. So veganism is the idea of vegan opposes the exploitation of animals. Exploitation, abuse, slaughter, all of it. That means no food, not for food, for clothing like leather and stuff, for entertainment like zoos or any of it, right? So that's what a vegan is. Seems to me like you seen as you said a good person and a bad person, and I assume you want to be a good person. Then it sounds to me like you're halfway there, where your morals kind of say that that's okay. So then, what is how would you want to align your actions with your morals?
How?
How? By going vegan.
Yes. Just don't eat meat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Would you want to do that?
Yes, I will try it.
You will try it. Okay, I like that. Do you have any concerns whatsoever about it?
No, not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, I like that you're open-minded. How about you? How about your friend? Did you hear of our conversation?
No.
No, you didn't hear it?
Disagree.
You disagree?
Yes.
What is it that you disagree with?
The whole thing. It's like we ate meat every generation before, and why not now?
Well, generations before have also been killing each other. You know, Nazis have been gassing Jewish people. Do you think that just because generations before did it, it somehow makes it okay for us to do it?
No, but meat has a lot of ingredients that we need.
Well, we can get all of these ingredients from plants and plant-based products.
And we need to go to the doctor and get medicine for that.
What do you mean? Like, what do you need medicine for?
I mean, vegans need, I know,
Vegans.
sort of medicine.
No, I'm a vegan. I don't take any medicine whatsoever.
My uncle is vegan and he now vegetarian, and he needs
He's vegetarian.
Yes.
Yeah. Vegetarian is a diet, by the way.
Diet?
Yeah, it's a diet. It means you don't eat meat. Veganism is not a diet.
No, it's yeah, I know.
Yeah, veganism is about the animals. It's about not forcing them into slaughterhouses, not killing them for optional products because we can survive and thrive without them.
Yeah, but a vegetarian is a close thing. Like you don't eat meat, so...
Vegetarians still exploit animals.
Yeah, but only for products like... I don't know, I think to eat, we need meat. But for ordering things that has animals as ingredients, like some weird stuff, like for showering something, that's unnecessary, yes.
Also leather?
Yeah, that's very unnecessary.
Okay, so you agree that it's unnecessary for anything else except for food?
Yes.
But if you were to find out that the science agrees, and science agrees, there's plenty of evidence out there that says that we don't need animal products. There's also obviously millions of vegans worldwide who have survived and thrived on it. And there's people who are, Djokovic is plant-based. There's a lot of athletes who are plant-based.
But Federer is better. That's because he ate meat. No,
he's not. He's not better because of that. You know that. No, but But the point is, you can be at least just as good on a plant-based diet, right?
Yeah, but I don't believe in that.
But
I don't believe that when I'm vegan, I'm healed from everything.
But it's not about being healed from everything. I'm not saying that as a vegan you get healed or you're healthier. What I'm saying is you can be at least just as healthy as a vegan, right? You can be unhealthy as vegan, you can be healthy as vegan. You can be unhealthy as a meat eater, and you can be healthy as a meat eater. The only difference is that one of them exploits, abuses, and slaughters animals, one doesn't. You see what I mean?
But we are from Switzerland, and there's the slaughter isn't.
It is. It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere.
Yes, but not.
Yeah,
but
that's
in a
horrendous.
bad way.
They all go to. So let me ask you: is there a good way of killing an animal that doesn't want to die?
Yes.
What is that way?
When it has. Wie heißt das? Visa da.
Poor
When it has an
cows, dude.
open life, like they can go outside, they don't have many.
So if they have a nice life, it's okay to kill them.
Yes.
Okay. So then what you're saying is that it's better to kill an animal that has had a nice life than an animal that has had a bad life.
Yes.
Okay. So then let me ask you this way then. Would you apply the same logic to your friend here? If your friend has a nice life, would it be okay to kill him?
Hot Jewish girl says some of the most anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard. I'm rock hard.
Well, let's see.
I want to preface this by saying obviously none of the pain that I'm going through compares at all to what Palestinian people are experiencing. None of it. As a privileged Jewish woman from the United States, I am buffered against a lot of actual suffering. Physical, embodied suffering. That said, something really, really weird that's happened in the last 9 months is not only me becoming very suspicious of my Jewish community, but my Jewish community becoming very suspicious of me. I am an anti-Zionist Jew. I talk about it online all of the time. And I move
Yep, self-hating Jews. Here we go.
through my professional world now, and I used to have the experience of, for example, seeing a Jewish last name and being like, like we have something to bond over, this is so cool, our community, where are your grandparents from, etc., etc. And now I see a Jewish last name, and the first question I think to myself is this person okay with the mass murder of kids? Is this person going to think that?
Yeah, speaking of being okay with the mass murder of kids, how many kids did Hamas murder on October 7th, dumb bitch?
I am a psychopath for condemning the mass violence and brutality of the IOF? And there's a bit of a difference.
IOF? You mean the IDF?
I think. A little nuanced, flavored difference between having your identity politicized and having a political chasm inside your identity. Like the question of Zionism, anti-Zionism has split the Jewish community so much. Zionism has fractured Judaism so much that I am now suspicious of other people, other Jewish people. When I hear other Jewish last names, I'm like, what do you think of Netanyahu?
Yeah, literally the only religious group that shouldn't have their own state. Christians, they have fucking North America and Europe. Muslims have most of the Middle East. Sikhs and Hindus, they have India, but yeah, Jews, well, go fuck yourselves.
Has your rabbi said anything about Gaza? Do you justify collective punishment to yourself?
Oh, I love that. Gaza. Oh, I care about Palestinian people because I say Gaza. Fuck you.
And I guarantee they're asking themselves questions like, do you condemn, blah, 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 you know what I mean? And like, Jewish people frankly have been through enough. You gotta put us through Zionism, too. We have to be fully split and alienated from each other because of a political project that is ethno-nationalist and absolutely horrifically violent. Ugh. That is projected on us regardless of whether we want anything to do with it. I blame Zionism full-throatedly, wholeheartedly, for all of the schisms within Jewish community and culture right now.
Wah. Fuck you.
No, because I don't need him.
You also don't need all these other products. You just think you do, but you don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So it's my opinion that I need the meat.
Yeah, but it's not about your body doesn't. Your opinion can be whatever you want, right? I could say it's my opinion that I need to rape people. It doesn't.
Grey Knight donated $2. They insult the IDF by purposely saying / spelling IOF for Israel Occupation Force. Oh, I see. Well, that is highly, highly gay. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight.
Doesn't mean I have to do it, right? My opinion doesn't mean anything.
No. That's another story.
Well, animals...
No, that's another...
So let me tell you, for example, in the dairy industry, do you know anything about the practices in the animal agriculture and dairy industry?
Where, in the?
In the dairy industry, for milk, for cheese, all of this.
Only in Switzerland.
Yeah, do you know what happens to cows to produce milk?
Not very good.
Yeah, so cows get forcefully impregnated. Somebody
I don't
puts
drink
their hands in their anus, holds their cervix, and injects bull semen. Somebody has to jerk off a bull for that to happen.
Yeah, I don't drink milk, so I'm fine with this.
Also, no cheese.
No.
Okay, well, there's at least that, yeah. But like, you don't have it because you don't like it, but you see behind these. The reason why I mention it is not about your liking about you. It's about the animals. So if you say that, like, why, if you were to replace whatever we do to animals with a human, let's say you say I give a human being a good life, would it be okay to kill them?
I don't think you can say this in one thing. It's like... No, I think we have bigger problems than the animals. It's my opinion. Like the climate or something.
Well, okay, so you mentioned the climate. Well, good mention right there, because you know a vegan person has a footprint, can reduce their carbon footprint by a quarter,
And,
like 75%.
Nah. Yeah, can be.
Up to well, it is. There's science behind that. But like, even if you don't like, listen, even if you care about all other stuff and you don't care about animals, that's okay. But the reality is that when you eat 3 times per day, you're forced with a choice. One exploits an animal, one doesn't. You can the rest of your day, you can go about and do whatever and care about whatever you want. But when you have to make that choice, why not make the choice that doesn't exploit an animal? That's all it is. Because you still have to make that choice. You could just choose the compassionate one, the one that doesn't exploit an animal.
Yes.
Yeah. So why not make that choice?
I like meat too much.
Like taste.
Yes.
But taste, again, we come back to this. Taste is a pleasure, isn't it?
Yes. I know that's. Yes.
And do you think we can justify doing whatever we want to animals as long as it gives us pleasure?
No.
Not to every animal, but certain of. We can. Yeah. No. It's difficult. I'm happy with the rules in Switzerland. Areas.
What are the rules in Switzerland?
Like they have to have a lot of space, and yes.
So they have to have a lot of space, but at
Go outside.
a quarter of their life they're killed, and it's okay. Would it be okay if it happened to you?
No.
What is the difference between a human being and an animal that says it's okay to do it to an animal but not to a human being?
I don't know. We are higher in the pyramid.
Okay, well, which pyramid is that?
Intelligence pyramid. I don't know. Yeah.
But there's humans who are less intelligent, aren't there? There's humans who have the intelligence of a cow or a pig.
Yeah, I know.
So should we send those people to slaughterhouses?
Yes.
Really?
No.
I mean, listen, man. I'm not debating you.
It's got the now.
I'm not debating you. I'm trying to show you that we don't need to. You know, we can choose to be compassionate. You don't believe that we should be compassionate towards animals?
I do.
You do.
Okay. Hey, Benim, thank you.
Yeah.
I need.
Typical basic bitch conversation.
Sergeant decided to give the door a try.
For sure he's home. There he is.
Hello?
Hi there, how are you?
You good? How about you?
Good. Are you?
Yeah.
Okay, we need to talk, okay?
Okay. No.
So, you know why we're here?
Yep.
Okay. So, why would we be here?
Probably because my motorcycle.
Okay. You have an ID with you? You don't need to go in and get it, just... Okay. Before you go reach in the car, man, you got any weapons in there or anything? Okay. So what about the motorcycle?
Yesterday.
Okay. What happened yesterday? It wasn't working, so...
Going 100.
Going 100? Yeah. Why'd you do that?
I had a really bad day, and I wanted to blow off some steam, and I just wasn't and paying attention to what my speed was. And then I saw one, and then I just
saw one what?
Cop car, and then I just kept going because
Well, what's with all these space cave explorers? It's the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, it's insane.
At least watch 3053 till end. I think you can relate since your mushroom trip. He took DMT and had it tattooed on his arm because it was of significance for him.
3053. Dude, his back looks fucking insane there. 3053.
And this is just a few months ago where I introduced the concept of don't die for the first time. It's largely a culmination of I have been working to do something meaningful for the human race for 25 years. So when I came home from Ecuador, I was 21. I felt this burning desire inside to do something that would help others. I didn't know what to do. And so I've been on this serpentine path for 25 years, and it crystallized in don't die. And so if I think about my life in its entirety, and if my life were to be boiled down into one sentence or two words, it would be this, that I hope my contribution to the human race is that in this moment in time, when we're transitioning from understanding that death is inevitable and a pursuit of life in that vein to something where death is not inevitable and we may be able to dramatically extend how long and how well we can live, that we're in a new era of being human, that don't die is pinned as the moment that started to happen. And if that can be the case,
Oh shit. Ottawa, Saturday, June 29th. Oddburger opening. Sick, dude. Finally. Sweet.
I would be thrilled about life's journey. And even if not, I'm so grateful for life. I'm grateful for the challenges I've had and what a precious thing it is to be conscious. There have been moments in my life where I was desperate to not be conscious. I wanted with more than anything to not exist. And so I've been on both sides of the spectrum. You can see after looking at these pictures, when I say that I've never been happier in my entire life, you can see where that's coming from and the context. I sincerely mean it. I'm not trying to cover up. I'm not being dishonest. Like, I have been in some really bad spots in my life, and I don't think life has ever been better. That is not to say that I don't struggle on a day-to-day basis with a variety of things like all of us do.
Watch from 1:39 and 20 seconds. What would you do?
139:20.
Anyway.
Why don't you throw that shit in my face?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
We're defending animals from being slaughtered.
Were we killing the animals? Were we stabbing them? Were we eating them?
You pay for it, no? Are you vegan?
We were, listen, whether I'm vegan or not, that wasn't the question. We were feeding the pigeons because our nephews wanted to play with them.
Okay.
We were not killing them. We were not stabbing them. We were not eating them. You have a 5-year-old boy
the point is
crying.
The point is
okay? Shame on you. I get it. You vegan, you guys
Well, the
you
point
guys
is this,
believe in whatever you
if you're not
believe,
vegan,
but
you
you
pay
just
for animal abuse.
you just ruined a kid.
Dude, can you just not touch me,
kid.
man? You were literally touching me.
Okay. He's literally standing there. This crazy bitch walks up to him. He's not doing anything, and this fucking guy pushes him away. I'd fucking smack that guy across the face.
Get the fuck out of my face, man.
No, you get the fuck out of my face. All right? Freaking 5-year-old kid. This is what you do? Listen, you're vegan, great. Don't ruin our vacation.
Well, don't ruin the animals' lives.
Fucking killing them. Were we killing them?
Don't ruin the animals' lives.
What were we doing?
Well, you pay for meat, no?
Listen.
You pay for meat?
Listen, did you see me buy meat?
Can
Did
you
you
get
see
out of
me
me?
buy
Can you get
meat?
it out of my face?
Did you see me buy meat?
We're just talking.
Did you see me? No, you ruined you
You're-
ruined my 5-year-old nephew's vacation. He's over there
We're
crying.
ruining animals' lives.
He's over there. Were we eating a fucking pigeon? This is what I'm asking you.
Did you eat animals?
Were we eating a pigeon? Did we kill a pigeon?
No, but personally, you eat.
This is fucking hilarious, dude.
Other animals. today? You eat
Listen,
chicken today?
you didn't see me eat a chicken.
Well, she has to stop. She's
Okay.
bothering me.
You started. You came over to
You defending
freaking
animals.
little
You
kids.
raise national animal rights.
You confronted us with children.
Well,
that's where her point is. So stop.
You confronted us with children. Okay, well, fuck your kids. I'd hoof them like a fucking football if I could.
We have videos
point, but you
of
have
the
confronted
boys
us with kids.
feeding the animals.
Okay.
We were not killing no freaking animal, okay?
The point is, if you're not vegan, you pay for animal abuse.
Shame on you.
Stop paying for animal abuse. Stop paying for animal abuse. Go vegan. Anyway. Hopefully this goes viral or something so people understand what we're dealing with here.
Like, we literally just talked to them and she assaulted me.
Dude, she was literally assaulting us. She was in our fucking face.
Yeah, like what the fuck? She was saying we were aggressive and she literally threw water at me. Like what the fuck?
Wait, who was that?
I don't know.
Was it the same person? Well, some people, dude. What are you gonna do? Thanks for that donation, Grandam.
If given chance to be immortal, would you do it?
Yeah, I definitely would. Especially now that I've cured my depression. That'd be pretty dope. Like, immortal in the sense that you're invulnerable, so like if I jumped off a building, I'd just kind of regenerate like Wolverine. That, especially if that'd be super sweet. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
It is to say that I've never wanted life as badly as I do now. As a kid, you just don't appreciate the situation. You're a kid. As you become an adult, it's this process of realizing how hard it is to navigate life on a regular basis. And over time, you kind of get beat down. And so typically, someone like myself who's 46, I would probably be pretty beat down. I might be jaded a little bit on this and that. But I feel like it's really gone the other direction where I have this spry appreciation for existence like I've never had before. And I'm grateful that I'm in this position. And I hope that what you get from me in this relationship is that
I'm happy you like living.
I'm happy I like living too. It's pretty great. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Can feel the same way. That even though life does present a continuous stream of challenges, that we can make the conscious choice to step into this moment and the future, first with gratitude, and two, with this eagerness and courage to say, you know what, we can make things better. It's a will to exist, it's a will to live. And I hope that's what this moment's about. The frame is don't die because it challenges the conception. Like if you say to somebody, live well, everyone's going to say, yep, I'm doing it. If you say don't die, if you want to reject that, you have to revisit everything you understand about reality. And that's what I'm trying to do is in this moment, I think that we are going to need to revisit everything we understand about reality because we're giving birth to superintelligence. And I'm trying to play a helpful role in society that can prepare all of us to get to walk into this new era with some degree of confidence that we can do this thing together. So there you have it, life through phases. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it resonated. And
all right.
Why didn't you stop for him, man?
Dude, I couldn't fucking lose my license. I was freaking the fuck out.
It's a speeding ticket, though.
Bro, but like, the thing is, I just bought this house, and I have a job, and that was all that was going through my mind. I was like, dude, I can't lose my license. I just bought this house, and yeah, so. You know,
it wasn't.
This is
just relax, man. Just talk to me. It was a speeding ticket, so I mean, when the cop turned around,
I honestly thought about just crashing my bike and f***ing myself. I'm not gonna lie.
Over a.
If you were to be immortal and end up jumping off a building and heal after, would you consider that as free will? You mentioned before that you could stab yourself in the hand if you want to, but you don't. Is that because some negative outcome is in the way?
Well, yeah, the reason I don't stab my hand is because that's not in my best interest. I don't think being immortal and choosing to jump off a building would be an expression of free will necessarily. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to go about proving whether or not free will exists. I'm not sure if free will exists. I'm agnostic. Thanks for the donation, though, Enigma.
Speeding ticket?
Yes, dude.
It's not worth it. It's a speeding ticket.
My experience with cops has been awful, and I don't know. My life was just going good, so I was like, I either end it right now as it's going good, or like I try and get away, and that's what I did.
Okay.
So
you saw his license sirens. I mean, it's one of those.
I mean, I didn't see the first guys, but the second dude, yeah.
Okay. So you took off because you didn't want to lose your license?
Yeah.
How fast did you get up to?
140.
Okay. In town?
Out of town.
Out of town. Sounds like you were going pretty fast in city too.
Yeah.
Lose some red lights.
One of them, yeah.
Sounds like you got in a crash too.
Yeah, I lost a mirror.
How bad's the bike damaged? That's it?
That's it.
Didn't hurt yourself?
Nope, I didn't hurt myself.
When he learned who he had crashed into, he realized the state of his shit was even deeper.
Who'd you crash into?
Some guy in a black, SUV just tried to pin me against another car.
You know who you crashed into?
I have no idea.
The actual sheriff himself.
Oh.
Okay.
Can you give an example of free will if it were to exist? Still don't understand what you mean.
The issue with the idea of free will is that there's no way to actually know if anything we do is an expression of free will. So you can feel like you're making a choice, like if you're at a restaurant or something and you can choose between, I don't know, a chicken sandwich and a beef sandwich. That's an example of choice and you can pick either one, but whether or not that's free will is debatable, because the process in which you make choices may not be an actual choice that you're making, and it's a set of conditions within your own brain that you have no control over, and a combination of external factors that force you to make that decision. So, the particular arrangement of the neurons in your brain, the chemical makeup of your body, triggering certain hunger hormones, and maybe like I don't know, there's like a taste preference that you have no control over, maybe your emotional state. All of that led to you picking, say, the beef sandwich over the chicken sandwich. And even though, in theory, you could have picked the chicken sandwich, regardless of what you picked, it wasn't actually a choice you made, but a culmination of circumstances that you have no control over. So, I don't know experimentally how we would be able to determine whether or not free will exists. I don't know, like maybe if we have a better understanding of how our brain works, maybe like an understanding of how quantum physics works, we may be able to actually determine whether or not we do have free will. But I'm agnostic as to whether or not we have free will. Right now, there just isn't any real evidence indicating that we have free will. Thanks for the donation, Enigma.
There was this Stephen King movie I watched with my dad. The villain wanted one of the 8 kids in town. If town said no, then the whole village would be killed. What choice is most ethical? Say no because of rights?
Villain wanted one of the 8 kids in towns. If town said no, then the whole village would be killed. What choice is most ethical? Well, it kind of depends, but if you're... whether you have a deontological ethic or a utilitarian ethic, you could view the decision as letting the entire town to be killed as a greater violation of rights than to just violate the rights of one individual, or from a utilitarian perspective, what would generate more harm? The entire town being killed would generate more harm than allowing the one kid to be taken by the villain. You may have an ethical stance that you never bow down to tyrants, so in that case, the more ethical decision would be to, like, let the whole town get destroyed, so I don't know. It's gray, it's like morally gray, and there's no right or wrong choice, it's whatever your personal preference is. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Kind of dangerous. You know it's not okay to take off from the police, right?
I know.
All right. You know that when the lights come on, you have to stop. When the sirens come on, you definitely need to stop, right? Yeah. Okay. So you heard the lights and sirens. You just didn't want to lose your license.
Yeah, I was freaking out, dude.
Okay.
It was on my adrenaline rush. Yeah.
Why didn't you just call us afterwards and say I made a mistake?
I don't know. I was freaking out.
It's all over Facebook now.
Yeah.
They kind of tried to give you an opportunity to just kind of make it right. All right, man. So you know that you can't flee. You know that's fleeing and eluding, right?
I didn't think about anything yesterday.
Okay. You know that if you get in a crash, you're required to stop. You can't just keep going. Okay. You do know that?
I honestly didn't think I did too much, to be honest.
It doesn't matter if you're involved in a crash, right?
Yeah.
You hit a car.
Yeah.
You're required to stop and report that. You're required to stop for the red and blue lights and siren.
Yeah,
Can't run.
I have no excuses.
Yeah, him talking to the police right now is super stupid. He should have never admitted how fast he was going. He should have just said, I have no idea. I just knew I was going over the speed limit. Because if they have a specific speed, like 140, then they could easily, pin him for stunt driving, which could immediately get his license taken away. And you can get really heavy fines, and you can actually serve a pretty long, prison sentence in certain states. So he should have just said, I was going over the speed limit, but I wasn't, actually checking my speed.
Okay. Truly, I have nothing. But
Can't run stop signs, stoplights, and all that stuff, okay?
No, I was just... I bought a lawnmower.
He also shouldn't have admitted to running red lights. He should have just said, I'm not sure.
To mow the lawn because I had a house party yesterday, and it didn't fucking start, and I was cranking it 45 times, and I was fucking pissed off. And my mom was like, "Oh, you're gonna go for a motorcycle ride, cool down?" And I don't know why the fuck I decided to, but yeah, there's that.
What all do you have on you right now?
Nothing.
Okay. All right. All right, man. You are under arrest, okay?
All right.
Felony, fleeing, eluding, and hit and run. Bring it in. There you go. Let your hands go. Let your hands go. Thank you. You want your phone?
Yeah, so anytime you're in a situation like this, never think you can talk your way out of it, and never think the cops are your buddies, and, they just want to understand your side of things. They're trying to collect evidence to prosecute you. So just use your right to remain silent, and don't say shit. Only talk to a lawyer. The lawyer has privileged information, so if you make any statements to a lawyer, the police can't know about it unless you share that unless that information is shared with your lawyer. So never ever admit guilt to a cop. They're not trying to be your friends. They're not trying to sympathize with you. You can't talk them down and say, I just had a bad day. And then they'll be like, okay, we'll just reduce the charges. they're just going to prosecute you and use anything you say as evidence against you in court. So just keep your fucking mouth shut.
Grab it in there. Is your phone in here?
It's on the. Oh, on the.
Is it alright if I grab it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay with you.
Yep.
Having a nice day.
Besides, just starting my day. Okay. I do appreciate you coming to the door and talking to me. Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Sometimes we just got things we gotta get taken care of, right?
Yeah. Am I staying overnight?
You'll be staying until you see a judge, but you got at least one felony, if not two. Okay.
I'm gonna reach over you, so lean back as best as you can. I know it's hard with the cuffs, okay?
I appreciate you cooperating. Okay. I've talked to the sergeant who was the one involved in the chase yesterday. Yeah. He's asking if you would continue to cooperate a little bit. Can we get your helmet and your leathers? Oh, yeah. Where's it at?
How do you view people saying forgiveness makes everything better? Research says it makes some angrier. Are you forgiving?
You, like, look, if you're not in a mental state to forgive anybody, you're not forgiving them. You're just making some concession that's going to annoy you further. So if you're able to be a bigger person and actually forgive somebody, and you're able to get rid of that trauma and grief, to hate somebody, don't deny those feelings. Just confront those feelings and try to deal with them. So yeah, that's the only advice I can really give you there. Thanks for the donation, Jalen. Mike donated $2. You hear about this? Let me see. Ryan Garcia reacts to being suspended from boxing for 1 year after testing positive for performance-enhancing drugs. It's okay, I'm retired. I'll come back in a year. I was already retired, so I'll just come back out of retirement for a year. Nothing that was in my system was enough for any. This is why I'm done with the game. I never fucking cheated. Fuck you. Don't give a fuck. Hitting the switch again. Didn't he test positive for, like, Dianabol or something? No, Osterine. Yeah, Osterine is a SARM. It's a non-steroidal SARM. If you have something like Osterine in your system, there's zero fucking chance that you got that from, like, a tainted supplement or eating, like, meat that had been given, like, a steroid, something like that. So, you just deliberately took a SARM. Taking SARMs is the stupidest thing you can do, by the way, as an athlete, because they're very, very easily detectable. They're the most easily detectable performance-enhancing drugs there are. And on top of that, there's no circumstances in which you can say you took a tainted supplement. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah, he deliberately took PEDs. Really hope boxing good without me. Fought everyone. Blah, I'm innocent. Yeah, he's not. Y'all never went through what I've been through. I'm innocent. Yeah, sure. The guy's a liar. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Do you think theoretically a super-intelligent AI could have a free will on and off switch assuming no regulations and ethical considerations were made?
It's possible. Assuming it's possible to code free will into an AI program. I don't know if it is, but logically, I could see that happening. Thanks for the donation, God.
Are these the right shoes?
Yeah, do I have to lose the shoes?
Huh?
Do you guys have to take the shoes?
Hey, Garrett?
Yeah?
Did you see the Facebook post?
No, I don't really use Facebook.
Alright, did you know about it?
No.
I think it was on the sheriff's page, and it was on the some news page, local, Columbia County scanner or something. Basically, it was asking for cooperation that you just call us and reach out and talk to us about the incident.
Stand right over here for me, man. Don't face the
Sounds
wall.
like the booking sheet paperwork should be here for him already.
As a result, the 22-year-old male was charged with 2 counts of felony vehicle, fleeing eluding an officer, and misdemeanor hit and run. On top of that, he racked up over $2,500 in traffic citations for every single wrong move he made during the pursuit. He was ultimately released a few days later on a $500 cash bond. Want a deeper look into the channel?
Well, that wasn't very smart.
Despite track and field being one of the largest participated sports worldwide, it's one of the only sports that's this big that doesn't exist professionally. In 2018, the number of participants in track and field just in the United States from age 6 years old and up was calculated to be around 4.1 million people. And that was 6 years ago. Today, it's calculated to be around 5 million people just in the United States alone, which makes it one of the highest participated sports in the world. Let's put this into perspective. With 4 million people competing in track and field, let's just say each person has at least 3 friends and family members who like to see them run. That's 12 million fans. These 12 million fans have to come pay to see you run at track meets. And let's just say that there's 200,000 people competing post-collegiately, or what some of y'all may consider pro, which doesn't exist in track and field. Let's just say each post-collegiate athlete has 5 people in their family or in their friend group who want to see them compete. That's 1 million fans for track and field. After asking around, I finally found the real reason track and field athletes are broke. And the answer is fairly simple. Despite the sport of track and field generating so much revenue annually, and all the higher ups in the sports, from the media companies to the people who put on track meets, the agents, everybody generating hella revenue, when it comes to the track and field athletes, they simply hate money, and that's the reason why they don't get any. And it's that simple. But let me break it down a little bit more so even a baby could understand. It's no secret that the biggest track and field competition in the world is the Olympic Games. And this is a very relevant piece of information because the Olympics is an amateur competition, which means...
Mike, donate $2. Is it almost always a bad idea to have 2 people with A-type personalities in a short sort of team environment, in your opinion? I have no idea. I don't know what an A-type personality is. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
As United States athletes, you do not receive any compensation for your participation in the Olympics. The only thing that's guaranteed for you participating in the Olympics is free gear and you being able to put Olympian in your social media bios. Each country has the option to compensate its athletes, in which the United States does not. And the highest compensation received from the United States when it comes to the Olympics is $37,000 for winning a gold medal. So if you show up to the Olympics and you become the best in the world, you receive $37,000 from the United States. And this is why I say the track and field athletes hate money, and it's more of a clout-based sport than a revenue-based sport. Clout-based. You could be asking, what do I mean by that? Athletes that compete in track and field rather be seen and known and have a big name rather than have money to take care of themselves and their family. Majority of the other sports competed in that are large, people participate in these sports because it's fun, and also they can do it to provide for their families. People have aspirations and goals in competing in the highest level of these sports because they know the money that it'll bring in. But in track and field, at the highest level, you don't bring in money. You just bring in attention. And this is the real reason track and field athletes are broke, because they don't do it for money, they do it for clout. But despite wanting clout, everyone gets hungry. And everyone eventually needs shelter and a place to stay. And track and field athletes tend to realize this once it's too late. Because everyone in track, well, the majority of people who compete in track, you have that 1% who's actually making decent money. But despite that 1%, you still have 99% who are living check to check, meat to meat, and barely making ends meet. I posted a video talking about how going to the Olympics really isn't worth it. And I had people who competed in the last Olympics in track and field who were agreeing that they spent all of their time, money, and effort training for the Olympics, and all they really got is to say that they were Olympian. And some of these people were actually medalists from the Olympics. But this one comment really stood out to me, and I feel like this is the general thought when it comes to track and field amongst the runners. The comment read, "Crazy concept. This might go over your head, but some people don't do things just for money." And the bottom comment was my exact thought. That's your first mistake. When it comes to track, you spend years training. You spend thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, especially when it comes to the Olympics. Just the Olympic team, you got to spend tens of thousands of dollars on dope just to make the team. Then you also spend thousands on training, thousands on nutrition. And you mean to tell me you not going to get nothing in return financially? You done invested all of these thousands and a return on investment is zero? When the hell does reality set in for track runners? How could you hate money so much to where you dish out thousands of dollars, up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, see nothing in return and be okay with that? The only thing you get to do is get free gear. You're pretty much spending tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars on USA gear and a title that you can put in your bio on social media. I feel like that's the most idiotic thing that you could ever do. No other sport does that. If people train for the NFL all their life, from little league football to middle school to high school football, and they put in all this time, all this training, all of these investments just to make it to the NFL, receive zero compensation, just to get to say that they're an NFL player for the attention. And don't get me wrong, attention is cool, but you can't pay your bills with attention. You can't eat attention. I've never seen attention turn into shelter. Six-time Olympic medalist Jackie Joyner Kersee did an interview with New York radio station Ebro in the Morning. And she talked about track and field runners receive endorsements. And these endorsements aren't worth anything compared to the time and effort and money spent that they have to use training for the Olympics. Also pointed out the fact that a lot of these people who compete in track post-collegiately are signed to a lot of these shoe companies where they aren't even receiving any financial benefit. They're just signing for the gear. So while we be seeing these people signing these endorsement deals when we thinking they're getting money for them, and the whole time they're just receiving gear from them. So the majority of people who compete in track aren't in the 1%. The 1% is doing fine financially. But I just feel like it blows me how much a sport could be so big, full of people who hate money. But maybe one day the professionalism in track will somehow exist. But there is...
Yeah, I don't know why these fucking people do this shit for no money. It's so stupid.
No such thing as professional track and field. It's all amateur. Because in every other sport, if you're a professional, you compete for money. Hence the term pro. But in track, the majority of the time you're competing for free. And that's from the Olympics to the regular season meets that majority of people in track compete in. Every track and field meet that I've been to since I've been in college pretty much had pros competing. And they receive no money for coming to these meets, no money for running at these meets. So you just got to think about it as a post-collegiate athlete. If you run for free the majority of the time, if I'm a company, why would I pay you any money if you run for free anyways? Whether I pay you or whether I don't, you're still going to run. So I might as well not pay you and keep the money for myself. And that's why I say professionalism doesn't exist in track. You just have people competing after college.
No, I can't run in track.
The world was supporting Paddy Pimblett, until just 31 seconds of talking revealed he was actually super unlikable. His rapid social media growth subsequently disappeared, while the comments became so brutal he couldn't even handle it.
I can't say anything without people jumping on it. The nasty comments get to you. I don't sign into my social media anymore.
Everyone quickly decided Paddy wasn't the next big thing, which is all people could talk about during his rise to fame. This article, for example, wrote,
Paddy Pimblett sucks as a fighter. The only reason he's able to win fights is because he has like an iron chin and he's just hard to knock out. But like he's getting like fucking brain damage that most people can't handle. And then like yeah, he's able to just get through some of these fights by just taking more damage than most people can't handle. Kid Boo donated $2. The comments on her videos are ruthless.
The girl boss mentality is a really big problem in today's day and age. I think that so many women get sucked into this idea that the only way that they can fulfill their potential is by going out, getting to the highest level of their careers, and ignoring all of the things that make them women. If you are dating a girl who thinks that being a girl boss is the most important part of her life, who doesn't care about your relationship as much as she cares about her job, who doesn't care about having children because it would slow her down, or who thinks that she can wait till she's in her late 30s to start trying, that is not the woman for you, because you are always going to be playing second fiddle to what her career could give her. And she is not going to recognize until it's too late that she wants a family, that she wants to be a part of something bigger than herself. I think.
Yes, because other people do not have differing lifestyle preferences. Too many words, not enough dairy. Mother, we crave sustenance. Oh, shit.
You left me on read. Also, can you twerk for me, please?
Did I leave you on read? For real? Where? Oh yeah, I don't think I messaged you back on OnlyFans. Sure, Stefania, I can twerk for you. Let me see. Thanks for the donation, by the way. Appreciate it. Alright, let's do some twerking. It's been a while. Can you clean your butt before twerking? Well, I did just take a shower, so my butt is pretty clean right now. Ugh.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape cum from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass master class. Sacred cum blade, the fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader. The holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox was nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilt cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cunny are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotal chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye, cum spy. Cum squote sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode, my uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum.
All right. Alright, well thanks to you. Thanks, Stefania. Hope you enjoyed that twerking. I'll get back to you on OnlyFans.
Paddy Pimblett is the next big thing and has the potential to be as big as Conor McGregor, and it's not difficult to see how the media drew this conclusion. Paddy had a similar kind of confidence.
This is my destiny. I've got the personality, I've got the look. The new king's here, lad.
With comments describing him as a likable mix of humility and arrogance. This was put on full display when he'd make a YouTube channel, gaining hundreds of thousands of views by vlogging, although it was on the topic of food that he garnered the most attention. Paddy's fighting weight was 155 pounds, yet in between matches he'd ballooned to over 200.
So you're 200 right now. What do you get to when you fight?
I weigh in at 155.
No way.
The most I've weighed is like 211.
Earning the nickname Paddy the Fatty instead of Paddy the Baddie. Hilarious how every UFC fighter...
Jesus.
A retarded video of me when I was a teenager.
Let me take a look.
Dun, dun, dun.
Alright, well that was good. Thanks for the donation, Carlos. Need my daily source of calcium, you know that, Abby? Everybody just wants to see her tits. Oh, she just never shuts up. Abigail trying to get that successful media influencer career. Adopt me. This is not the content that people crave. That's fucking hilarious. Let's see, does she post any titty content on, yeah, I can't really see her boobs there.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's weird. It's like she's wearing fucking bras now that make her boobs not look as big for some reason. And there you go. There's the tatas. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, she's got some pretty crazy tiggled bitties.
Has a unique personality. Paddy being an undercover fat guy is the funniest.
Do you ever miss the six-pack when you blow up between fights?
I'd rather be fat and happy than ripped, and like these people who are ripped all year round aren't happy. I'm not arsed.
Photos such as this one therefore went extremely viral, which Paddy used to his advantage to attract even more attention.
Bro, that is fucking crazy. Ballooning up and down in weight like that must be so fucking stressful.
All of his most popular content was on gaining or losing weight.
Who do you hate more, Penguins Zero or Gordon Ramsay?
I hate Penguin Zero more because he's an entitled fucking toddler. Gordon Ramsay is just a selfish dickhead, but Penguin Zero is just such a fake virtue signaling just child. Like, I hate Gordon Ramsay for a different reason, fundamentally. I don't think Gordon Ramsay is a liar. I think he's more honest with his own beliefs and opinions. He's just a dickhead. But the thing that really pisses me off, like the biggest pet peeve of mine, is dishonesty. And Penguin Zero is just such a fucking liar, and I can't stand him. Thanks for the donation, though, CJ. That was amazing. Well, thank you, Stefania. I do have a pretty incredible rear end, you gotta admit.
Which was funny because he'd always end up making weight, not to...
Yeah, and when we do our OnlyFans collabs, we definitely have to compare butts and see whose butt is the biggest and most voluptuous.
Mention he was also winning his fights easily. Paddy won his first 3 UFC matches, 2 of which during the first round, with an impressive total career record of 19 wins and only 3 losses. This added to the hype around Paddy becoming champion, although no one seemed to realize he hadn't even fought anyone ranked in the top 15. Paddy Pimblett is a lot of marketing and little skill for MMA. Paddy himself was still an unranked fighter, yet millions believed he'd be the next UFC champ purely because he'd made a couple of funny videos. Well, Paddy was given the chance to prove himself when scheduled a fight against Jared Gordon, and having just signed a $1 million Barstool Sports deal,
Barstool Sports, man, best company in the world.
It seemed Paddy's public image was better than ever before. However, just 2 days prior to he and Jared's fight, Paddy began to make some critical errors. He uploaded a podcast speaking with Dana White, where it was obvious his arrogance was becoming overbearing.
I just create better content than all of you. It's mad people say, oh, he's getting pushed. It's not, my numbers are just better than yours.
This manifested a call out of journalist Ariel Helwani.
I hate all these journalists, like Ariel Helwani in particular.
Going on a 4-minute rant about him.
To be fair, Ariel Helwani is an annoying douchebag.
Being a terrible person.
He's a maggot. He's a lizard.
Paddy's rant seemed kind of fun and edgy until Ariel responded, destroying Paddy in return.
Everything that was said was a lie. It's lie after lie after lie after lie.
Paddy made the claim that Ariel was fired from every job he had.
Every decent job he's had, he's been sacked from.
Yet Ariel explained that he hadn't been fired from any.
Got sacked from every decent job that I have. Let's talk about the jobs that I've had.
Even displaying a tweet by his former boss who wrote, "We had hoped to have Ariel continue in that role and made him an offer to remain with ESPN." Next, Paddy tried to insult Ariel by saying he wasn't a journalist.
You're a content creator, Ariel. You're not a journalist. Stop lying.
To which Ariel calmly responded,
"This use of the term content creator, is this supposed to..."
Sports journalism is stupid. So yeah, calling somebody a sports journalist is... it's a bit of a stretch.
To be an insult? I've been trying to create content since 2006. If you're going to try to insult me by calling me a content creator, great. That's the worst thing you could say about me? Awesome. Yes, I'm a content creator and pretty damn proud of it.
But Paddy's worst attempt at insult was saying Ariel should pay for his interviews.
He uses fighters for clicks, uses fighters to make money. Get your dough out, Ariel. Start paying people for these interviews, what you make thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds on.
Ariel responded by stating,
"Does Joe Rogan pay his guests? Did Oprah pay her guests? Did Larry King pay his guests? That's not how this works. Journalists make money. Yeah, we make money. Of course. Isn't that the whole point?"
Spending 1 hour and 15 minutes total dismantling all of Paddy's arguments. Ariel came with all the evidence like a lawyer. Outstanding performance. This is how you absolutely obliterate someone. No smack talk, just facts. Ariel's video gained 29,000 likes and only 900 dislikes, while Paddy's initial call out received a much less favorable ratio, as well as comments such as, "Lost all respect for Paddy, throwing Ariel under the bus just to get brownie points from Dana." Paddy crying that Ariel makes money off fighters while sitting across from Dana was the most hilarious thing. Who would have thought Paddy's biggest knockout loss would come at the hands of Ariel Helwani, weakening Paddy's image before his biggest fight so far. Paddy waltzed into the match as confident as ever, with the audience expecting he'd beat Jared Gordon easily, although this isn't what would happen. Paddy spent the entire fight eating punch after punch from Jared, and by the end it seemed obvious that Jared Gordon had won. Out of 24 scores by the media, 23 called Jared the winner, and in a Twitter poll asking the public who'd won, 80% believed it was Jared. However, by some miracle, the judges ruled in Paddy's favor, completely surprising everybody. Huge L for our judges on that one. How? Why the judges did my guy J Flash Gordon MMA like that?
Everyone in our building was like, damn, Paddy lost.
The entire world was quickly turning on Paddy, which he could have turned around with a humble post-fight interview, although over the course of only 31 seconds, Paddy instead did the opposite. Joe began the interview by stating, "I'm here with the winner, Paddy the Baddy. Paddy, that was a close one," to which Paddy responded with, "No, it wasn't. That wasn't close. You just controlled me in the third. But you know what, Joe? Have you consulted me manager and seen how much you're paying me for this interview?" To which Paddy was met with silence. Joe then continued, "You don't think it was a close fight at all?" To which Paddy responded, "No, not at all. I won the first 2 rounds and then coasted in the third. I knew I was 2 rounds up, so I didn't want to do nothing dangerous and risk losing the fight. I knew for a fact I'd won the first 2 rounds pretty easily, and demanding fight of the night as he walked off the stage definitely didn't help anything. I can't believe Paddy wanted fight of the night. He already got gift of the night. What an arrogant guy to say it wasn't close after he just got gifted the decision. This was honestly in the top 5 worst robberies I've seen, and his arrogant attitude after it is just making him look like a pleb. Paddy then went into a press conference where his arrogance became even worse.
Everyone's got an opinion, lad. The opinions are arseholes. You know what I mean? Everyone's got one. I know I won that fight, simple as. I deal in facts, lad, and everyone talks about me, lad. That's how they stay relevant. People mention me.
And despite Jared Gordon himself tweeting, "I was robbed and everyone knows it," Paddy still went into more interviews refusing to show humility.
The other person won. You don't see that at all from any others.
No.
The other problem was that people had realized Paddy wasn't as skilled as they thought.
There was a
Dodo donate $2, Dodo's theme. Let's see. Yeah, that's suitable for you. Let me see. I think this is probably my theme. Gatsu theme is fucking sick. Blood and Guts is also good. Wait, that's the wrong one. Here we go. Yeah, Berserk is so fucking sick, dude. It's fucked that the 2016 Berserk was so messed
What's
up.
up, my niggas? What is the most effective form of vegan activism in your opinion? One-on-one street debate? Lingerie vegan sign holding? Anonymous mask wearing holding a telly showing footage? Or online debates like you? I would like to do some activism.
Open Rescue is arguably the most effective. That also tends to get the most mainstream media attention. So, Anita Krantz, or Krantz, giving the pigs water, she ended up getting arrested, and that had a big court case behind it, and then she won the court case. And, that got a ton of fucking media coverage, and it provided case law in favor of animal rights as well. Wayne Shung, he's also done Open Rescue. That's also gotten a fuck ton of media coverage, and I think he's either won every court case he's been in, or they've dropped criminal charges. So again, it creates a really strong precedence for animal rights, and it also gets the most amount of media coverage generally. Aside from that, it really depends. Like, some of the debates I've had have gotten really good views, but they don't tend to get as many views as the, kind of funny response videos that I make. But, you know, open debate on big platforms, that certainly is effective. I don't know exactly how to judge what the most effective animal rights activism is, but if we're going to consider what would be the most conducive to the goal of giving animals rights, I would have to say it would be open rescue. But if you're not going to do open rescue, then just online media content creation, whether it be debates, informative videos, reacting to people, stuff like that, assuming you can get a good amount of views and outreach, that would be the next most effective. If you are going to do any kind of animal rights activism, you have to make videos about it and upload it online. If you're not doing that, you're just really wasting your time. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more. Hope that helps.
I mean, just personally, Ariel gives me the break a knife off in your back weasel vibe. I think he's a bitchy dude, and a sports journalist is basically a tier above straight gossip. The narrator sucking off Ariel is stupid.
Yeah, Ariel Hawani is an annoying Weasley jackass. I remember he made comments about Tito Ortiz's wife, the porn star. I don't like Tito Ortiz, but again, like, it's just Weasley bitch-made shit to, like, talk shit about some dude's wife and be like, she does porn. You know? Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. The one good fight in Berserk 2016, there was a few good scenes, but I really liked the fight between Guts and Zod. That was actually pretty decent. Like, obviously the animation quality isn't great, but the source material is just so fantastic that, you know, it's still pretty good.
よくぞ我が予言を打ち破り生き残った。嬉しいぞ小僧。
One thing I love about the fights in Berserk is Guts doesn't get by just by brute force being stronger than everybody else. He's actually a masterful tactician, and he fights super dirty. Anything he can do to gain an advantage, you know, he'll do. That sword is so cool.
人の身でよくぞここまで練り上げた。こうしてこの姿で修羅を生き抜いた貴様ともう一度剣を交えてみたかったぞ。ということだ。なぜてめえがクリフィスと。そこどけ。俺はクリフィスに用があるんだ。言葉は無粋。押し通れ。なんて剣やつだ。受けに回れば一気に潰される。瞬き一つで確実に頭を割られる。人たち合わせるごとに骨がきしむ。受け流せるような剣圧じゃねえ。だが戦える。あいつにたどり着くまでの数えきれない夜が俺を叩き上げた。邪魔だ。凄まじい。こんな戦いないほど。でもあの怒り、あの執念はグリフィスに向けられてる。なぜ？俺のまずい。
You know, it kind of reminds me of a dream I had. I had this one crazy dream when I was a kid where I lived an entire different life in the Middle Ages, and like the dream literally took 70 years. It didn't feel like a dream where you can experience like a long period of time, but it feels like it's only been, like 8 hours. The dream actually felt like it lasted 70 years, and I was living in the Middle Ages, and I was this dude who was like weirdly tall. I was like 6'9" tall, and I was like this. I was like an aristocrat, basically. Like, I wasn't like a king or anything, but I was the leader of this like small area of like medieval England or something. And I had to go to war at one point, and I chose not to use a shield because I was 6'9" tall, and I was using this insanely long custom-made sword. So I had this massive reach advantage against everybody else. So if somebody were to have like a normal size sword and a shield, I was so fucking tall I could keep them at this massive distance. And when I was in battle, I would swing from this really long distance, and these people would have to make the choice between either blocking high or blocking low. And if they blocked high to protect their upper body, I slashed their knees apart, and then when they're on the ground and I severed their knees, I would just, have the killing blow and like try to jam the sword into their like face and just, crush their brains in. And I ended up killing like maybe 5 or 6 people, and we basically made this, invading army retreat. It was a really fucking sick dream. I've always fantasized about just cutting somebody with a sword ever since then. Just having a big ass fucking Zweihander and just like cutting somebody in half would be so fucking awesome.
I personally thought the Golden Age arc was the best adaptation besides the old anime. The 2016 one sucked a bag of donkey dicks.
There's parts missing from both animes. In the 97 anime, Skull Knight's missing. And in the 2016 anime movies, Skull Knight's there, but they're both missing Y-Lad and stuff. They also took out the part where the king was torturing Griffith, and Griffith mentioned that the guy was trying to have sex with his daughter. So they're both, like, you should just read the manga. If you want to get into Berserk, just read the fucking manga. But yeah, the 2016 is probably the best adaptation of the Golden Age arc. Thanks for the donation, Gatsu. Elias donated $2. Why is the Gilbert guy racist? Would you call him racist if the study said that 2/3 of Muslims do not like white people? Why would you want to be around people who do not like your skin color? So the Gilbert guy posts a lot of racist content on his Twitter. That wasn't the only thing. He regularly posts videos of like young black teens committing like assault and battery, trying to make this claim that black people are like violent thugs. He's an ethno-nationalist, and he tries to argue that America should just be white. And he literally openly says this, that we should segregate black communities. So he thinks there shouldn't be any racial mixing, and we should keep black people separate from white people as a matter of policy. So the government should have like white black free zones. So like the guy is a massive racist. And that poll he cited was it was just bullshit. the way they asked that question was really vague and misleading, and it wasn't a good poll, but he'll dig up anything to make it seem as though black people are like evil, violent thugs, and he's a fucking ethno-nationalist. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
Real belief after that fight. Okay, Paddy's not as good as we thought he was.
Now sure, he could easily knock me out in under 3 seconds, but talks of him being champion was still a couple of years too early. Paddy looked like a journeyman. He's clearly not ready for the top 15. I could care less if I ever see him in a fight again, and apparently neither did the rest of Paddy's fans, as he began to lose thousands of followers per month. Additionally, people uploaded videos such as Paddy the Baddie getting rocked by unranked fighters, and Paddy Pimblett all losses in MMA, conveniently just days after Paddy ruined his image. Paddy then began to realise he'd made a massive mistake.
The amount of times I've been told I lost that fight, the last year has been quite hard, to be honest, lad. The amount of people that have just been giving me hell on socials and online and stuff like that, know what I mean? I was the low-hanging fruit that it was easy to jump on the hate bandwagon at the time, so everyone did it.
And all of a sudden, this statement,
I'm always gonna have this media and this big bubble around me whenever I turn up to fight,
was looking a lot less likely. He believed that his next fight could fix all his problems.
When I beat Tony Ferguson, lad, everyone will jump back on the bandwagon.
Although this didn't really happen. You see, Paddy was scheduled to fight Tony Ferguson, who'd lost all 6 of his previous matches. Paddy therefore recognised that there wasn't much glory in beating him.
When I win, people are gonna be like, oh, I was on a 6-fight losing streak anyway, he's finished anyway.
Although ending the fight with a win was definitely better than losing. This time, Paddy gave a much more humble post-fight interview.
He's one of the toughest men out there. Hats off to him, he's an absolute legend.
Leading to comments such as officially off the Paddy hate train. Couldn't help to notice how determined he was, and humility goes a long way. Now welcome to the UFC, Paddy. He'd therefore gained back 300,000 followers, although it didn't restart the hype train like Paddy might have wanted. Others have suggested it feels like the spark has completely left him, although at the age of 29 he still has plenty of time to prove himself, albeit now with a much more grounded perspective.
I'll probably never answer questions again in a post-fight interview about the actual fight until I've watched it back. In my own head I'd done well in that fight, and then I watched it back and it's a completely different fight to what I had in my head.
Tumultuous, rotting finances, public transport, GP practices, hospitals, mental health care, police stations, banks, cash.
What's good, everybody? It's the GOAT.
Actually, that looks interesting.
Aaron Brown, and I'm back with another video. And on this video, I will be talking about how Gabby Thomas
play MVC1. MVC1 isn't nearly as good as MVC2. So when they release that Marvel vs. Capcom collection, I'm probably just going to play MVC2. Might play some like X-Men vs. Street Fighter. I dig that game, but I'll probably just mainly play MVC2.
All women's 776 invitational track meet will be a complete failure, and how this shit is a publicity stunt, and this shit is gonna be some of the worst produced shit ever produced. So a few months ago, Gabby Thomas came out with a statement that she was having an all-women's track meet that was sponsored by the CEO of Reddit and Serena Williams' husband. They own an investment company called 776, so they decided to, since they're owning the track meet, that we'll just call the meet the 776 Invitational. And someone came up with the bright idea that, you know what, we're gonna have this meet and it's gonna be an all-women's track meet, which is fucking stupid. And I'm not saying it's stupid because it's an all-women's track meet, but at the same time I am. But it's the fact that track and field by itself is too little already to try to separate the men and the women and host separate events. Like, there's already no unity.
I'm tired of this new version of fighters who are always worried about monetizing everything. I want the old days when you could go to a fight and bong a beer with Tank Abbott. People who were there because they love the sport of the fight.
Yeah, that's stupid. Fighters aren't paid nearly enough money, especially in the UFC. Their contracts are absolutely bullshit. I think the average. So, like, you can look at UFC contracts versus like NFL football player contracts. NFL football players will get a percentage of things like pay-per-view buys or money that they get from viewership. And I think the average for most other sports is like 35%. In the UFC, you're seeing numbers like 5 to 15%. Super, super fucking low. There's also other bullshit about their contracts where they're not allowed to fight in other organizations, even though Dana White says they're independent contractors. So they do that to avoid having to give fighters certain benefits. But if they're independent contractors, then why the fuck is it, in their contract that they can't fight for other organizations? Like, there is blatantly illegal shit that the UFC is doing to maximize their profits and fuck over fighters. So, like, look, you can die doing MMA or any combat sport. It's super, super fucking dangerous. Ramsey Dewey, for instance, he was doing MMA in China. He got hit in the head so fucking badly that it caused him permanent fucking neurological damage where he's legally blind. He can't see in the center of his vision. In both of his eyes, there's this big black spot, and he can only see in the periphery of his vision. And that's just from getting hit in the head from one single fucking fight. So if you're in the fight game, you have to make money wherever you can, as much as you can. So I'm all in favor of fighters arguing for more fucking pay, trying to monetize by getting like sponsorship deals, trying to get a big social media following, anything they fucking can, because they deserve more pay for the type of risks they're taking. Thanks for the donation though, Mitch Dickberg.
In track and field, that's why people don't get paid, because they don't have a union, so they don't come together and be like, all right, we gonna stand for this and we not gonna stand for this. When USATF tell us this, we the athletes, we ain't going.
Oh yeah, Rogue in X-Men versus Street Fighter is fucking hot. Rogue's always been such a sexy fucking character. Yeah, Rogue is fine as hell, dude. Yeah, Rogue is definitely the hottest Marvel character, in my opinion. She fine as hell. That is a cute butt.
For this shit, so we gonna stand up. They already don't stand for shit, so they finna fall for anything. And with there being no unity, there's not gonna be no success to this track meet. Cause just think of this, the meet is supposed to be held in September 2024, so that's September this year. Mind you, in track, these motherfuckers ain't ran no meets all year long talking about, oh, I'm getting ready for the Olympics, I'm training to peak at the Olympics. So it's so many people opening up at the Olympic trials and they not running no other meets. You gotta think about even the big names like Sydney McLaughlin. You know how much money Sydney can make on a circuit with just her appearance fee alone? So clearly money isn't a big enough incentive to get the best people in track to run. So what is? They rather go train for the Olympics for a chance to make the Olympic team. And granted, the Olympics is an amateur competition, so you don't get paid for performing at the Olympics or attending the Olympics. While these other meets, they could go to it, get an appearance fee, and get paid just for attending. So runners, they aren't incentivized by money. So with this meet having the biggest payout for a track event, well, I guess an all-women track event, which this is the only one, it has a big money payout.
Yeah,
that's not going to be a big enough incentive to get these people to run when clearly they hate running. And then secondly, we have to look at the time in which they're planning on having this event. They're planning on having this event September 2024. Mind you, the Olympics is like the first week and a half of August. Most people shut their season down after the Olympics. Even people, they go win the Olympics and they don't even run in the Diamond League final. Even though the Diamond League final have a bigger prize payout than the Olympics, because the Olympics has no prize payout. But you can get 8th place at the Diamond League final and still get some bread, versus you can get 8th place at the Olympics and get nothing. It's people that get 8th place at the Olympics and shut their season down because the season has been so long and it's August and we done did what we needed to do. So they don't even go to the Diamond League final, which is really pushing it because it's later and it's in September. So for Gabby Thomas to be having a meet in September after the Diamond League final, damn near October, who is going to show up to this shit? And not even that. The meet is in September. All the meets that's in September, from the Diamond League final to the Olympics that's in August, we have all the information about these meets. This meet is coming up. We still don't have a location or nothing like that. They were saying how ticket sales, a portion gonna be donated to some of the athletes. Where the fuck is the meet gonna be held? But this was the initial tweet. So excited to partner with Alexis, whatever bro last name is, as he hosts the 776 Invitational this year following the Olympic Games. This event will not only have the best purse in any women's track event, but it will truly be much needed on our impact for the sport. You got to think, it's the only women's only track event. So you could have been paying $1 for first place and that shit wouldn't have meant nothing because it's the only one. So you can say it's the biggest. So yeah, this event is really going to fail, and I want to see it fail just because, like, logistics, it doesn't make sense. And also, I don't really like Gabby Thomas as an athlete. I think she's not really that good. She really only runs fast at the Olympic trials and at Hayward Field. She literally peaks at the trials every year and then goes to the championships and be rolled. So I really just don't like her as an athlete. I mean, I don't know her personally, but as an athlete, I don't like Gabby Thomas, and I'll never root for her. But that's just how sports is. The CEO dude said, by investing in women's track, we aim to elevate the profile of female athletes and create a more inclusive and equitable sport landscape. What do you mean more inclusive and equitable? The women in track get paid more than the men from their appearance fees, things of that nature. You got to think the biggest stars in track are the women. You got the Shakiris, you got the Shelly Anns, the Elaines, the Sharika Jacksons, the Thing Moes, the Sydney McLaughlins, Keely Hodgkinson, Faith Kipyegon, Safan Hassan. The biggest stars in track are women. So what do you mean more inclusive? Like as if they was left out and equitable, like if they were just getting paid way less than the men. That's fucking crazy. I feel like what bro is doing, he's trying to...
Dodo Nutellers, read the Cope comments.
You call that red COVID. You really believe that people on the basis of their political feelings about the vaccine, it wound up having a determinational effect on their health?
Well, red COVID is very real. It's a statistically proven phenomenon whereby if you are a resident in a county or a state that votes...
I'm going to guess the people are going to make fun of this guy's nose and his wrinkles and be like, oh, this guy's telling us about health? I'm just making that prediction.
...voted Republican in 2020. From 2021 onwards, you are disproportionately likely to die of COVID because you are disproportionately less likely to be vaccinated and therefore not protected. And the reason you're less likely to be vaccinated is you're bombarded with disinformation from right-wing media sources, notably Fox News, and by the political leadership of the red states.
People that took medical advice from actors and politicians are in for a rough ride, right? That's why they're dying less. This bullshit didn't age well. I don't know how that's possible. Lousy doctor. Yeah, Chris, the word is determinative, and you are smart enough to know that science denial puts you on the funeral pyre. Fake outrage sells well among those that fear hell. Corrupt doctor must be on Dr. Fauci's payroll. I live in a blue state and didn't get the shots. No one in my family got the shots. No family member died. Did get COVID, but mild case. Oh, okay. Trust me, bro. I love those. Dumbest thing I've heard yet, and that says a lot. Like, these are just fucking facts. People who are Republican died at higher rates. Since the vast majority of the small and medium cities in America are Republicans, and that smaller towns and cities have fewer resources to care for patients and are not funded as well to hire additional staff, this doctor obviously did not look at all the factors and lost credibility. So this is stupid because you can look at severe cases of infection. So there are fewer severe cases of infection among politically left-leaning, so that still doesn't explain that phenomena. And again, you're talking about doubling the rate of death among Republicans versus Democrats. So you're telling me because there's a lack of resources in red states, that accounts for the doubling of the fucking death rate? Like, these people are idiotic. And by the way, the way they collected the data, this isn't from state to state. You can look at Republicans dying at higher rates in blue states. Like, again, this just doesn't explain the findings in the data. That giant alcoholic nose is very real, too. Oh, yeah, there we go. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Yeah, well, they can all get COVID and fucking die or get disabled, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I have lore. First off, the Utah Animal Rights Coalition hit me up today. I'm going to help them with an event tomorrow. Sick, Axel. Good luck, dude.
I guess in the future run for some type of political office, and he gonna use this as like, yeah, I'm for the women and women of color and blah, blah, blah.
Not sure that's related to vaccine effectiveness. Correlation isn't causation. Yeah, so, Al Stewart, that is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. You do not understand what that term means. If you have a strong enough correlation that is consistent across multiple studies or multiple data sets, that proves causation. This whole term, correlation doesn't equal causation, is made up by idiots who don't understand statistics and don't understand the scientific method. Yeah, correlation doesn't equal causation when you make the claim that, winter, when you look at colder weather, the crime rate goes down. So obviously, cold weather makes people commit less crime. If there is a logical reason for why you would expect a risk factor to be related to an outcome, you have a strong and consistent enough correlation, then that proves correlation, you fucking moron.
I feel like that's what this is, and Gabby Thomas is just a puppet. She just there getting used. And then
the p-value determines it. What the fuck do you think the p-value means? It means there's a correlation that's statistically significant.
For the pay, it says we're offering money to all participants, ensuring that we're financially supporting athletes regardless of where they finish. Here's the full breakdown. First place, $60K. Second place, $25K. Second, I think they meant to put third place. Third place, $10K. Fourth place, $8K. Fifth place, $5K. Sixth place, $2,500. So you want me to believe that the top athletes in the sport, which are women, motherfuckers like Sydney, Sha'Carri, who getting $60,000, $70,000 in appearance fee, and they don't even show up for meets. You think they gonna show up after the Olympics and the Diamond League final for a meet that's damn near in October? Fuck no. So that's why I feel like it's another reason the meet is gonna fail, because they not gonna be able to get the biggest women in the sport. Because the biggest women hate running, like a thing mode. Olympic champion in the 800. She ain't ran no meets this year, but opening up the U.S. trials. Sydney McLaughlin, she barely runs. She runs about 3 meets every 2-3 years. She damn sure not showing up. Sha'Carri, she ain't showing up. But they gonna still have to fill these lanes because they invested in it. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm not trying to watch no 100 at no meet.
Secondly, my Instagram account has over 1 million views now. The one like you gave me on my video is still the one gives me the most hype. I'm so excited to spread the vegan word again. Well, dope, dude.
Meet, especially after the Olympics and the Diamond League final where I done seen all the stars. I'm not trying to watch no all women's 100 meet and it's Candice Hill and Cambria Sturgis and shit of that nature. Like, I'm not trying to see no shit like that. And I'm not trying to see no women's 200 where it's Gabby.
Now, this is why people like women's track and field. Damn, that is a perky butt. Yeah, that's why people like women's track and field. Fine ass rear ends. That's what it's all about. Dodo donate $2. Dear Putin, fuck around, find out. South Korea announces it will consider to start sending weapons to Ukraine after Russia signed a comprehensive security agreement with North Korea, including mutual defense. The announcement was made by Chang Ho-jin Press, Yoon Suk Yeol's national security advisor. Fucking sick. Ugh. The mutual security agreement makes absolutely no fucking sense. Again, because these countries are so fucking aggressive and they have no money. So, like, you're telling me North Korea is going to come to Russia's defense if an invading army attacks them? They're not. You're telling me Russia is going to come to North Korea's defense if an invading army attacks them? No. Like it's just not happening. Neither of them care about each other. It's just complete and utter bullshit. And then, again, when they do this shit, they're just increasing the amount of support that Ukraine is doing. Like, Russia is so fucking stupid. Once this war is all done and settled, do you think we will look back at this time and call it World War III since so many countries are involved on both sides, or Cold War II? Well, Ryan Macbeth commented on this. He was talking about how we already are technically in World War III because there is an ongoing war with cyber warfare between China and the United States. All these countries are pulling military resources to fight Russia. So there technically is already a world war on those grounds, but in terms of a hot war, I don't think we're going to call it World War III. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. You have to understand that this isn't just pandering from South Korea, pandering to the U.S., or being pushed by the U.S. They understand now that Russia and North Korea have a mutual defense pact, so it's in their interest for Russia to be weak. This is significant. Well, yeah. Well, like, again, the defense pact, to me, just seems like total bullshit. These two countries are just lying to each other. if shit hits the fan, neither of them are going to support each other in any real meaningful way. But, like, good anyway. I'm glad South Korea is supporting Ukraine that much more. Dodo donate $2. To be honest, Russia had a similar mutual defense treaty with Armenia, and when Armenia got attacked by Azerbaijan and have ceded territory to them, the Russian peacekeepers in the country did absolutely nothing. In fact, Russia sold Azerbaijan equipment right before. Well, yeah, exactly. Russia has violated every single fucking agreement they've had with every fucking country, and obviously North Korea can't be fucking trusted. They only care about their own interests. So the defense pact is just complete bullshit. They're both just fucking around with each other and stroking each other's dicks. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Jelking Champion 2024 donated $2. Let me see.
Oh, it's Vegan Gains. Where do you get your protein? He gets it somewhere.
Yeah, I remember that. That was before he became a full-fledged insane retard. Yeah, I only weighed about 180 pounds here. Right now, I'm 270, so I've gotten a fucking lot bigger and stronger. Yeah, the difference in my arms is just fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, Jelking. Dodo, donate $2. Are you going to debate Anthony Bryan Logan on Ukraine? We'll see. I don't know if he'd agree to that. Also, while I'm sure Russia would barely support North Korea if they were invaded, which they wouldn't be unless they attacked first, which could happen in the next few decades, especially if China tries to invade Taiwan, it's very likely that you would see a war between North and South Korea. But Kim Jong-un might be delusional enough to really think they would. Yeah. Yep. Especially as Kim Jong-un gets older and his brain becomes too, like, you know, gets demented more and more with his obesity and alcoholism. He's a massive alcoholic and he's fat as fuck. He has diabetes and he's getting treated for it right now. He's going to end up developing dementia. And, you know, you're going to see more insane, unhinged behavior coming from North Korea, so. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Cash machines, post offices, education facilities, theatres, swimming pools, museums, shopping centres, chemists, pubs and gyms have declined across almost all English areas since 2014. Under the Conservatives, funding for local government has been cut by over half since 2000.
Is there anyone in chat that would like me to suck them bone dry? Maybe in Kindu?
I'm not sure, but good luck with that. Maybe you'll get some takers. Thanks for that donation, Ko.
2010. With such stringy finances, councils have had to be very frugal with their limited budget, selling off billions worth of public assets just to make ends meet, and raising council tax higher and higher to pay for worse and worse services. And even then, many councils are going into debt just providing basic functions. This is part of a wider economic policy pursued by the Conservatives over the past 14 years, one that was intended to bring down government debt. Cuts to education to the tune of...
Yeah, you know, this is true of all conservative leaders across all nations. Conservatives are by far the worst economic planners. And I think that's deliberately so. They're so politically corrupt, and they just try to advantage the richest people in society, and everybody else fucking pays for it.
Of £10 billion.
Dodo donates $2. Russia simps always say the U.S. violates every agreement they make, which isn't true, but some are violated, sure, because U.S. has rotating leadership. Meanwhile, Russia has had the same president in leadership for 20 years and violates their own agreements. Well, yeah. Like, the U.S. will change their policies, and, like, because they have a new leader every 4 to 8 years, there is this revolving door of presidents, and they'll just change their relations with all these different nations. Like, Iran is a great example of that. But Russia's had the same leadership for, like, fucking decades, and, like again, they violate every fucking agreement they've ever had with every single fucking nation. Like, at least the US has the excuse that, okay, well, we have new leadership and they changed their policies. Russia can't use that excuse.
Taking 14% from the most deprived schools. £5,000 less per pupil. Youth services down by a third. Environment down 20%, housing down by a half, and infrastructure down 55%, road repairs down 40%, 600 million slashed from yearly cultural spending. That probably doesn't sound like much, but 10 years down the line, the last 5 UK Christmas #1s have been a series of novelty songs about sausage rolls. In this frenzy of balancing budgets, the Tories seemingly forgot that there were people on the other side of those spreadsheets, and soon society began to quite literally collapse in on itself. St Mary's Hospital in London has rotting floors, flooding, collapsing ceilings, and sewage spilling out of the drains onto the outpatient ward. But St Mary's Hospital doesn't qualify for urgent investment to repair these issues, because there are at least 5 other hospitals in worse condition, and there isn't enough money to repair them all. One hospital in Cambridge is so dilapidated that it is unsafe to treat overweight patients on the upper floors, because the structure could give way at any moment. There are schools that are only avoiding bankruptcy because every time the ceiling collapses,
I do weighted pull-ups.
They get an apology payment from the company that was contracted to build the school. Some areas were exempt from budget cuts, like benefit payments, for example. So the goal became to get as many people off benefits as possible, and some of the ways they tried to do this are...
Thanks for the membership, Stefania, appreciate it.
...downright cruel. People on housing benefits who have a spare bedroom in their house could be forced to pay a penalty. This would encourage them to move to a smaller house, thus reducing the overall amount of benefits that need to be paid. But some people need a spare bedroom in their house to store medical equipment, because 2/3 of the penalty payers were disabled.
Wow.
This was a tax on low-income disabled people, and hundreds of thousands fell into poverty as a result.
Dude. Why the fuck does anyone in the UK vote Conservative? You know, I've said this for a while. People in the UK are genuinely dumber. They are. You are a dumber people who vote for policies that would clearly not benefit you. Just, why? Why would you vote for them?
How much did this policy save? After 2 years, 390 million. Not even 1 day of health service funding. Estimates for the number of people killed by strict welfare policies run into the tens of thousands. The Conservatives have created one of the most frugal governments in the developed world, and contributed to the longest and deepest period of wage losses since the Napoleonic Wars. The last 14 years of Conservative government have been worse for your finances than the Great Depression. In a modern society, when the government ceases to work, everything ceases to work. The British economy has seen no growth in the past 15 years. The median salary in Britain hasn't changed in over 15 years. If we had maintained the pace of wage growth we had before 2008, we would have, on average, about 11,000 more pounds in disposable income each.
All because they voted Conservative.
The average family in Poland and Slovenia is set to be better off than the average British family by the end of the decade.
Holy shit.
People who live in the former East Germany, who spent 44 years under a communist dictatorship, are now richer than the UK average. It wasn't always like this. Cast your mind back to 2000.
I've told some friends of mine who are from the UK, move, leave. The UK is a shithole. You have no rights and freedoms. There's no freedom of speech. It's just you're impoverished. It's basically like the UK are in a permanent 2008 financial crisis that's never ending. Fucking leave. Go somewhere else. Dodo donated $2, bro. Hate my coworkers and boss and workplace so much, bro. They're stupid, toxic. My boss is so unhinged. Crazy and immature. It's horrible, bro. I often come home with a feeling that I'll never be happy again, but that usually goes away. Well, Dodo, what might help you is, again, nihilism. The knowledge of nothing. Recognizing that nothing matters, everything is stupid, and our lives are just a dumb joke that we can either choose to be frustrated at, or we can laugh in the face of it. You know, when you're around stupid, crazy, toxic people like that, they're like ripples in the water, dude. You can choose to be another one of these ripples that gets affected by all this turbulence, or you could just choose to be a rock and have it all bounce off of you. Like, is there any particular reason that you have to react to stupidity in that way? Like when your boss is yelling at you, being toxic, immature, crazy, why is it not funny to you? Like, why don't you look at this as entertainment and just laugh at it? Like, there's no particular reason for why you have to be stressed out, miserable, hate your circumstances because you have to deal with these crazy people. You could look at them like a fucking joke on, you know, some sort of sitcom. It's stupid, it doesn't matter, and you can just laugh at it. None of these people matter. The way they treat you doesn't matter. And you can just laugh at it and not care. If you just learn to let go, not care, not expect people to act reasonably, and just laugh at everything that comes your way because it is stupid, it's pointless, it's meaningless, and it doesn't matter. And if you look at things from that perspective, you're going to be much better off mentally. You're going to be able to handle these sort of stressful situations much better, and you're going to be able to advance in life much easier. So it's all a mindset. I'm not saying you have to work there and you have to work at that job, but if you just change your mindset and learn to just laugh at these people, it'll be much easier for you. You know, we watch stupid shit on this channel all the time, and we watch like public freakout videos where everybody's getting upset, everybody's yelling at each other, like there's fist fights that break out. That's funny to us. Why isn't it funny when it happens to you? It's all a joke, and you shouldn't take any of it fucking seriously. It's all a joke, nothing matters, and if you just come at it with that mindset, you will be free from the suffering that you're generating for yourself. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Hope that helps. Ban all black people donated $2. Check out this footage from the new Dragon Ball game coming out
Both gonna charge up, go full
in October.
Power, and then Goku charges up the Spirit Bomb. This is where everything gets crazy, bro. Look at this. Instead of stage destruction on this map, the announcer gets scared. The audience runs away, bro. crowd in the map expands. Like now, tournament boundary times 20. Kaioken beats me the hell up, and Kaio, you go on his ass. And look, Goku, you can fly out of the boundaries of the map. I still to this day don't know how big this map is. Have to Goku, smack him away. Let's watch this ult, bro. Watch this ult. You too possess a god's power. How does he know I'm fighting Goku? How does he know?
Yeah, Sparking Zero looks pretty dope. I'm gonna get it for sure. And I'll stream it. Thanks for the donation, ban all black people. Dodo donated $2. Alabama Senator.
We'll draw a line here. He doesn't want Ukraine. He doesn't want Europe. Hell, he's got enough land of his own. He just wants to make sure that he does not have United States weapons in Ukraine pointing at Moscow.
Well, he has United States weapons in Ukraine pointed at Moscow, so... that is the most idiotic thing. Like, when conservatives make this argument that, oh, he just didn't want NATO expansion for national security. Well, now he has NATO expansion. Now he literally has fucking weapons in Ukraine that are pointed at Moscow. So if that was his objective for this war, he completely and utterly failed. And the only way to get rid of this issue would be to sign a peace deal and back out of Ukraine. Even if we were to agree, you know, to that premise, well, he fucked up. Everything he did led to the outcome that he didn't want. So, like the only way forward for Russia right now is to sign a peace deal and get the fuck out of Ukraine. These people are just so stupid. I'm wondering, do you understand how Congress gets elected and how it works in the US? Like, how many senators there are, representatives in the House, and how bills get passed, do you know? Sort of. I kind of know. I know a certain number of states have a certain number of representatives based on their population and shit like that, but I'm not completely aware. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I can't decide which tastes better, cum or the actual shaft itself. What do you think? Help?
Well, everybody has their own taste preferences. So some people like the taste of that nice, soft, fleshy skin. Some people like the taste of that warm, salty cum. So it's all a personal preference. Thanks for the donation, though, Pew Z Pie.
2007, I was in year 3 and spending all my allowance on Club Penguin. Things were far from perfect.
The Poltergeist banned me from his live chat only because I said your name. Yeah, well, he's a triggered fucking baby, so what do you expect?
But materially, we were all better off. Huge strides had been made in reducing child poverty. Crime had been on a downward trend since 1995, and the health service was in such good shape that people complained the waiting list to see a doctor was too short.
If I ring up and ask, say, on the Monday for an appointment on the Wednesday, no, you have to ring back Wednesday morning. That's right.
Well, sorry, yeah, but surely they're not saying to you that you have to have it quicker than you wanted. Well,
per capita, Britain was one of the richest countries in the world, beaten only by a few tax havens and oil states. The average British person was richer than the average in the USA, France, Japan, Australia and Canada, but in 14 short years, we threw all of that away.
Dodo donated $2. I do find it funny watching dramatic videos and stuff, but it's hard to see it as funny when I'm directly subject to the drama. Well, again, that's just because of your perspective. You just have to change your perspective in the way of thinking. Why is it any different when it happens to somebody else versus happening to you? You're the one choosing to internalize this drama and make it a personal problem when all you have to do is just realize these people are screaming at fucking nothing, and Whether I'm there or not, they're going to be a fucking moron either way. So don't take it personally, don't internalize it, and just be the rock in the water where ripples will hit the rock, but the ripples just bounce back, and they just don't affect the rock. You don't need to take things personally. You don't need to take anything seriously. Nothing matters whether it happens to you or somebody else. It's just you just have to change your mindset, especially because I have to manage people. It's very hard to laugh it all off. Like, when my boss is being crazy, I have to listen. Well, again, you can listen, but you don't have to take it seriously. Laugh at it. Have him blab away about all of his stupid shit and be like, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, whatever. And then go on with your day. You don't have to take it seriously. Like, look at the debate I had with Poltergeist the other day. The guy was being a fucking unhinged, crazy lunatic, yelling and screaming at me, and I was just like, okay, well, great, can you let me finish? Can I talk? Okay, well, here's this. And then he just had a fucking hissy fit, and he left, and it was done. That's how you have to deal with your boss. Just go, yeah, okay, sure. He'll have his hissy fit, he'll leave, and then you can get back to what you're doing. It's not a big deal. People can act crazy and stupid, and it just doesn't affect you, dude. Unless you let it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donating there are 100 senators, 2 per state. That's the rule. Doesn't matter the population size or the state or anything. So Wyoming or North Dakota has equal representation in the Senate as California or New York, and there are 435 seats in the House of Reps. Okay. Thanks for explaining that to me. Appreciate the donation, Dodo.
The British economy has even performed worse than Russia, a nation crippled by sanctions, a costly war on its own doorstep, and where 1 in 5 people are alcoholics.
I cannot stress how utterly over it is for the UK. 1 in 3 children are in poverty. In places like Newcastle, it's as high as 41%. 1 in 20 children can't even afford to sleep on a mattress.
Holy shit. Dodo donators, the 435 House of Reps seats are delegated based on population of the states. Laws are created by the Congress, Senate, or House, and has to be voted on by both chambers independently in order to pass the Congress for the president to sign or veto. I understand that. I understand that process. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
800,000 people went to hospital for malnutrition last year, up 300% since 2013.
Jesus.
In 2010, the charity Trussell Trust delivered 41,000 food packages to struggling families. In 2023, it was 3 million, an increase of 7,000%.
Holy fuck.
Enemies of Britain, you should be doing victory laps, host a party, invite all of your friends.
When the Conservatives arrived in office in 2010, the Treasury under Labour had been running a deficit of £150 billion a year trying to weather the 2008 global financial crisis. If another big crisis were to happen, like...
Yeah, so this is something... I don't even understand how this is still policy to this day. If there's a financial crisis like a recession, like in 2008... you have to run a deficit. Deficit spending is a good thing. If you don't have deficit spending, the economy will never fucking recover. Like, this is... Any economist will tell you this. I don't understand how you can have an entire political party that does not understand this fucking principle and then will try to reduce fucking deficit spending.
A public health emergency or a major conflict, Britain wouldn't have the money to deal with it. So austerity measures were, as David Cameron called it, fixing the roof while the sun was shining. It has now been 14 years since the Conservatives took office, 9 years since they shook off the Liberal Democrats and governed alone without compromise. Yet the roof was never fixed. Things did not get back to normal when the deficit was under control. And when it did rain, it rained hard. our crippled island stood no chance against the tumultuous 2020s. The Conservatives justified their budget cuts economically with a 6-page research paper called Growth in a Time of Debt, which suggested that too much debt would severely hamper economic growth and recovery from recessions.
Yeah, and it doesn't. This is being proven. This has literally been understood since the 1940s. It's a proven economic principle, and again, you have an entire political party that doesn't fucking understand this. V donated $2, let me see.
I like to make walks in the morning time, yeah, with my legs. And I was walking this morning, yeah, around here. And I see two guys. They are, I think they are hobos, men of the streets. And they are making an argue, fight, not with fisties, with mouthies, yeah, just very rude and things. And then one man say, "Man, suck my dick." What? Why you say that? What? This is making no Why are you say this? This is silly. This is silly and danger. So you are saying to the man, listen, we are not friends. We have make establish of this from all of these argumentatings prior. But please now take my most valuable sensitivity possession in my body. It have no protection, it have no helmet or something. No, it's just flopsy and sensitivity. Please take it, because we are not friends. What? And place it inside now a hole of you that is owning many objects for crunching and destruction. Please, I trust you for 0 reasons. Also, we are fighting, but no, I would like this. You to take my pee-pee, please, and treat it like a lollipop, as I have requested here. Treat it like a lollipop. Of course you shall do this. You shall definitely not treat it like a hamburger, No, of course. What? Of course. Of course this man shall make your pee-pee into a luncheon. I shall not be nice and make it a lollipop. He do not like you. He's not your friend. Do not give this man your pee-pee. It's a hamburger. It's a Whopper for this person. Or a Big Mac.
Yes. Cultural differences. Thanks for that donation, V.
Would you let me suck your fat fucking cock dry from the back if we met in real life? Please say yes.
Well, as long as you promise to be a good boy by swallowing all my cum, sure. Thanks for that donation, Billy. Dodo donated $2, so it's going to be very important to watch to see which party wins in the Senate and House this year, not just presidency. If Trump wins, but the Senate and or House is Democratic, then it's much harder for Trump to do anything. I think you know that, yeah. I know you think Biden will win, but do you think the House and or Senate will be Democratic? Yeah. I would suspect the Senate or House would be majority Democrat in all likelihood. Hopefully anyway. But I think especially if Trump becomes president, you're likely going to see Democratic majority in the House or Senate.
Every now and again I do agree with Andrew Tate on some things, like how London had the potential to be the greatest city on earth, but is now a cesspit. Also, when I was talking about the fallacy, I meant the Jolly Rider video you watched. Netet debunks Netet.
Andrew Tate is too stupid to give any kind of political commentary that's meaningful, so when he says something like, London had the potential to be the greatest city on earth, but now it's a cesspit, he'll make arguments that make absolutely no sense. It's a cesspit because people voted conservative, but he will have this idea that because people didn't have strong enough conservative values, that's what made London a cesspit, which is completely contradictory to reality. And I don't know what you mean by the name the trait thing, but thanks for that donation, Riley. Personally, I think there's a good chance for the entire Congress and presidency to be Democratic, but a bit harder path in the Senate to achieve that compared to House. We can only hope. With a Democratic presidency and Democratic Senate and House, that would be extremely ideal, and I think especially with Biden's cabinet, you'd see a lot of really good economic policies put forward and a lot of really good foreign policies. But, you know, we can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Needless to say, this paper was fraught with errors, including an Excel typo which threw off all the calculations and drastically overemphasized the results. Even the writers of the paper eventually said that the paper was wrong, and a revised version of the study revealed that austerity policies were much less effective than first thought. But that doesn't matter to the Conservatives anymore. They stopped pursuing financial stability long ago, and are now engaging in a nefarious...
Brits have a conservative government, but can't even own guns or deport Muslim extremists. All the bad without the good, yeah. Yeah, there's a weird homogeneity between the two parties when it comes to immigration and firearms rights and crime, like things like that. But the biggest difference is their economic policies. And I mean, why would you vote conservative when they're horrible economic planners? So, like people from the UK are just stupid. Like, you're just fucking dumb.
Social re-engineering program that specifically targets the poorest areas of the country. That sounds like some kind of left-wing conspiracy, but no, they openly admit to taking from the poor to give to the rich.
I managed to start changing the funding formulas to make sure that areas like this are getting the funding that they deserve. Because we inherited a bunch of formulas from the Labour Party that shoved all the funding into deprived urban areas. Then that needed to be undone. I started the work of undoing that.
Wow.
But is that the end of the story? After all, we're only
10.8.
Well, exactly. That's what the Conservatives are all about. They want to make sure the richest people in society get all the money, and they want the poor to become more poor.
Leaked footage of Ask Yourself in class and someone screams at the end.
That guy looks a lot like Ask Yourself. That's weird. I gotta send that to Isaac. That's fucking hilarious. Thanks for the donation,
1% of the way through the runtime of this video. It turns out that many of our nation's problems are actually decades old, and when the Tories quite literally ripped up the social foundations of the nation, they brought all of them out into the open at the same time. A cacophony of catastrophes, aren't we lucky? If you live in Britain and you're around my age, you probably scarcely even remember living in a world outside of late trains, littered streets, shuttered shops and crumbling schools. My viewer base is mostly 18 to 30-year-olds who for the first time in a century are more likely to be living with family than having their own home. You should be out enjoying your 20s, throwing parties, having loads of sex, making a name for yourself. How is that possible if you're stuck in your childhood bedroom, still with your Mr. Men bedsheets from when you were a kid, subject to your nagging parents, the only other options giving away like half of your income on rent, or getting locked into a 35-year mortgage on the most boring house you've ever seen? That's not projection, just in case you thought it was. You probably didn't, but just in case that you did. Don't blame yourself. You're not a failure. Look around. We're all in the same boat. Nothing is new. Everything is at least 40 years old.
UK is just a fucking shithole.
Houses are so damn expensive these days. The average house price has increased 224% since 1990, far outstripping wages over the same time period. The problem is we're being haunted. Haunted by an unholy Frankenstein.
Yeah, when places look like this, like just everything looks like a rundown fucking shack that ought to be bulldozed. It makes it so much fucking dumber that housing costs have effectively fucking doubled.
And ghost of socialist Thatcherism. In the 1930s, it was really cheap to build stuff. Interest rates were low, making it easy to borrow money and invest in new construction projects. You didn't need to ask permission to build. If you owned the land, you could build anything. The only rules were that the structure needed to be safe and well ventilated. Building was booming. In 1935 alone, 70,000 homes were built in London, and nearly 300,000 across the whole UK, giving rise to the classic suburb.
Yeah, I'm still considering doing the TV chat thing. I have to try it first off stream to see how it goes. But yeah, we'll see. I might do it.
Still around today. Construction became 17% of the UK economy and accounted for a third of all economic growth in this period. A lot of people didn't like this. The socialists within the Labour Party didn't like that private capitalist developers were dictating the national housing policy. So when Labour ascended to power after the Second World War, they introduced this, the Town and Country Planning Act of 1947. From now on, you must ask for government permission to build anything, so that any and all construction would be in the interests of the public, not profits. Everything must be built with the approval of the local residents. The government, in theory being the representative of the local residents, could just give themselves planning permission, and for most of the post-war era, it was they who built most of the nation's infrastructure. Then, when the Thatcher government took power in 1979, they slashed the budget of national and local construction projects, believing that the private market would simply pick up the slack.
Yeah, brilliant. Let's slash money for housing projects because that will decrease the amount spent on housing projects, and that will somehow make houses cheaper?
What they seemingly forgot to do was repeal the law preventing the private market from building anything. And what does a policy such as that look like several decades later? Under a plan drawn up by the Poplar Housing Association, 330 homes in Tower Hamlets would be demolished and replaced by 1,600 modern homes, with 600 being designated as low-income housing. There was also added space for retail and transport right next to Canary Wharf, where all the high-paying jobs are. That sounds like in the public interest to me, and the public agreed. The council said yes, the planning board said yes, even the residents said yes in a referendum that was 90% in favour with a 90% turnout. But London City Council rejected it because some people, quantity unknown, said that the buildings would be too high. And so the story goes, year upon year, up and down the country. Private developer wants to build, a small minority of local residents get up in arms about it, and the local council, not wanting to lose any voters, denies the planning permission, and the nation continues to stagnate. Just look at how old our—
Yeah, there you go, zoning laws fucking you over again. Canada has a huge issue with this, with fucking zoning laws preventing new houses from being built.
Our buildings are compared to the rest of Europe. The majority of people live in houses built before 1970. Last year, the estate agents Foxtons had nearly 100,000 applicants competing for over just 2,000 available properties.
Jesus.
The waiting list for a council house in Brent is 14 years, with 20,000
Holy
people
fuck.
on the list. And as in all cases where supply is limited, those with deeper pockets always win. If you ever do manage to escape that tier of the history classroom poster, you get locked into a 35-year mortgage, enslaved to a bank, giving away half their paycheck to a landlord who is oftentimes an actual lord, paying off a house that was built in 1925. The streets of Strasbourg and Frankfurt, even Warsaw and Prague, are filled with boutiques and small businesses and cafes. On British streets, you will find nothing except Greggs, a WH Smith, or a betting shop if you're lucky. Independent businesses are priced out. Entrepreneurialism in Britain today is mostly drop shipping and ticket scalping. This is why we are thousands of pounds poorer than our German counterparts. We are the only country in Western Europe that is like this. Spain has built over 10 high-speed rail lines since 1992.
Riley Donny Tillers, wouldn't it be funny if you ran into your friend Ryan, that Christian you debated before, as he uses OMTV? Ryan. I can't remember Orion. Is there... It's where I got the idea from... Oh, fuck. Okay, I think there's a sneeze that's about to happen. Also, God is simply a narcissist being that bullies, manipulates, and blackmails you into abiding him. It's just sad. God doesn't exist. But thanks for that donation, Riley.
Most of them much longer than HS2. In fact, for €30, you can get a first-class ticket with a 2-course meal included with any journey over 2 hours. Why can't we have that? It's not a one-off novelty that gets featured in a Tom Scott video. It's a normal thing that normal countries have. And we don't have it. Britain's cities are more poorly served by public transport than those of any other wealthy Western country, including the car-centric suburban hell of the United
even
States.
Worse than the US.
Brescia in Italy, population 200,000, has a fully automated metro line built in 2013, with plans for 2 more. Leeds, population 500,000, is the largest city in Western Europe without a light rail or metro system. It may have something to do with how the bureaucratic inquiries required to construct a new tram station can cost more than the inquiry into the Iraq War. A small minority of local residents have the power to block any and all development, even if it's for the betterment of society, even if they benefit, like vetoing vital flood defences that could stop their homes from being destroyed because the defences would look kind of ugly. House building targets have never once been met since they were introduced 23 years ago. Not under the Tories, not under Labour. So instead, the Tories just abolished the targets. Which looks to me like turning off your smoke alarm just because you don't like the noise that it's making. The houses that do get built are poor quality, cramped, ugly, and lagging behind our European neighbours. They have to comply with the silliest of regulations.
Riley Donny Tillers, who's the guy from Need God Net? ABD. For the other thing, I was assuming God exists, then that would be the reality. Okay, that dude. Alright. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
Such as absurdly
Juicy, fat, succulent cock donated $2. Let me see.
Father Fry Shin. These are my top 10 shinners of the month.
Why is he doing that?
Forgive me, Father, for I've Shin. These are my top 10 shinners.
Why the fuck do that?
What?
Oh, fuck. All good. All good.
A little shoulder. I think I dislocated my shoulder or something. But I'm okay.
Yeah, you can see the fucking bone sticking out of his shoulder.
Okay.
I gotta see that again. That was fucking retarded.
Oh.
These people are fucking stupid, dude.
Real nigger Tate. I am a real nigger. You heard it. Real nigger now. Real nigger. More baby mamas. More jail. More chicken. More watermelon. Real nigger Tate. Nigger. Hard R. Like I'm a real...
Alright, well thanks for the donation, juicy, fat, succulent cock.
Small window sizes.
That's kind of small.
This regulation apparently exists because climate change might make people want to open their windows more so they can get some fresh air, and small children could fall out of them. Instead of making windows smaller, why don't we just install air conditioning so people don't have to open their windows? Well, because air conditioning is more or less banned because it would use too much electricity. Can't we just make more electricity? Apparently not. Solar construction businesses have been waiting 15 years for permission to install solar farms
because one group in particular have been very vocal in their opposition to green energy. Have you guessed who it is yet?
Conservatives.
That's right, it's the Green Party.
2014, Surrey, Reigate Green Party opposes a solar farm that could have provided green energy to over 3,000.
The Green Party is rejecting solar farms. Bro, the UK is literally opposite world.
1,500 homes. 2018, Kent. The Green Party opposes the installation of a new solar farm in uninhabited marshland. 2020, Hastings. The Green Party opposes plans to build a 2 megawatt solar farm. 2021, Derbyshire. The Green Party opposes any and all solar farms in the entire county, with Councillor Frank Adlington saying, "Solar farms are not the future of Derbyshire's energy sector." He goes on to say that if the Green Party were in government, there would be greater investment in offshore wind power, hydropower, tidal, geothermal and other renewable technologies instead.
Mr. Adlington.
What exactly is the fucking argument against solar energy?
Frank, I don't know if you've ever looked at a map of the county you represent, but it's landlocked. Second of all, you might want to check in with your fellow party members.
Because East Suffolk Council, which the Green Party controls, have blocked the expansion of more wind farms in the North Sea because they were alarmed by the current developer-led model. What a weird group of people.
Like I said, people from the UK are fucking dumb. What the
Climate
fuck?
change is an existential threat to humanity, but don't do anything about it if it means somebody would make a profit from the solution. Horror stories from bureaucratic Britain go on and on and on. 13 years to build an offshore wind farm, £1 billion to rebuild a roundabout in Bedfordshire, Victorian-era telephone cables preventing the rollout of high-speed internet. £9 billion and 22 years to build a 3-mile tunnel under the River Thames. This tunnel has produced 359,000 pages of paperwork and not a single shovel of earth has been moved. Last year, India landed a probe on the moon for $75 million. We could have landed Britain on the moon 100 times for the cost of planning to build a 3-mile tunnel. And it's not just the big projects that get blocked. With the rise of smartphones, these iconic British red telephone boxes have become public urinals and billboards for prostitutes. But when local entrepreneurs wanted to turn this Lambeth phone booth into a coffee kiosk, locals rejected the idea because it was, quote, out of character in a conservation area of historic interest.
Presumably, this would ruin the historical value of a giant mural of a girl in a bikini.
It could very well be that we never get good infrastructure ever again. A report by the Resolution Foundation suggests that in order to fix our decrepit infrastructure, we would need to double taxes to raise the funds necessary. Keep in mind that when this report was written, the Tories have raised the tax burden to the highest ever since World War II. So we'd have to double that just to get infrastructure up to the standard of our fellow
Holy
Europeans.
shit.
So it would seem that the government can't really do this alone. We have to return
Leave
to the
the
planning
UK.
rules of the 1930s so that the private sector foots some of the bill. So long as it is safe and fit for human habitation, you should be allowed to build whatever you want. No permission required.
If you want to build a stadium in the Chilterns or something, that's when the neighbours should be consulted. You know what kind of place has rules like this?
Tokyo. And who'd want to live in a dense, overcrowded third world slum from hell like Tokyo? This is not Tokyo, this is a green screen.
But a strict planning system isn't the only sucker punch this act has had in store for British prosperity. The 1947 Act also introduced the concept of greenbelts. The land surrounding cities would be frozen in place, banned from being built on or altered in any way, even land that looks like this. Building on just 1% of greenbelt land could deliver 700,000 new homes. We reduced the size of the greenbelt by 10%, and that's 7 million new houses. Just 10%. Greenbelt defenders like to say that it's there to stop cities sprawling outwards, give the city's working class a beautiful place to explore, and protect nature. Although none of these claims hold much water. We could double the size of every UK city, and it would still only cover 12% of the island, leaving 88% free to be left to nature. The average city dweller visits the greenbelt only once per year, and almost all greenbelt land is privately owned. The only way you can enjoy it is by hoping there is a public footpath. With no other legal uses, this land is subject to intensive farming, which the UK National Ecosystem Assessment found is a net negative to the local environment. Empty fields are not protecting nature. The Peak District is nature. The Highlands are nature.
This is not nature. This is not something worth protecting.
Basically, I hate Clement Attlee. But his government introduced the National Health Service, the pride of Britain, that in 2020 was voted by the public as the coolest thing to ever exist, beating out James Bond, space travel, and Obama.
Wow, so surely it must be good, right?
Alright, we're definitely gonna watch the rest of this video tomorrow, but it's late. I'm going to head to bed. I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. I'm likely gonna do a double stream tomorrow, so like afternoon stream and then evening stream type thing. No guarantees, but I will be on tomorrow night for sure. But thanks everybody. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, and I'll see you all tomorrow. So sweet dreams.